Hello everyone and welcome back to Old Man Stories. I'm aware that many of you use these videos to fall asleep, so before you doze off, I thought it would be a fun idea if each of you could leave a comment letting me know which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. It was one of those late October afternoons in East Haven where the sky just decides to give up early, turning everything grey by 4:30. I remember that specifically because I just glanced at the stove clock, the green digital numbers reading 4:28. I was 15 and my mom was working the 3 to 11 shift at the hospital. Being alone in the house wasn't usually a big deal. I'd done it plenty of times. Our house was this split level on a quiet cul-de-sac, old but not creepy old, you know. Just a normal house where the floors creaked when the heat kicked on and the windows rattled if a big truck went by. That day was a Thursday. I'd gotten home from school, done my homework at the kitchen table, and then just killed time watching TV. Our dog Sydney, a little brown terrier mix, was asleep on the couch next to me, twitching in her dreams. Everything was totally, completely normal. The kind of boring normal you don't even think about until it's gone. I had to pee, so I hit pause on my show and got up. The bathroom was upstairs. Our house layout is a little weird. You come in the front door to a small landing. You can go up a short flight of stairs to the main living area, kitchen, living room, my bedroom, or down a few steps to the family room and my mom's room. The bathroom is at the top of the stairs, right next to my bedroom door. I did my business, washed my hands, and was just about to open the bathroom door when I heard it. A footstep, not a house-settling creak, not the furnace rumbling to life. This was a distinct, weighty crunch, like someone had put their full weight on a loose floorboard. It came from the bottom of the stairs, the ones that lead down to the front door and the family room. I froze, my hand still on the cold porcelain of the sink. My heart did this weird little stutter skip. I remember thinking, it's nothing, it's the house, it's always the house. I held my breath, listening so hard my ears started to ring with the silence. Then I heard another one, a second footstep, this one closer on the first step of the stairs leading up to where I was. Crunch. My blood went cold. Not a figure of speech. I felt a literal physical wave of ice wash down my back and over my arms, raising every hair. This wasn't the house. The stairs to the front door were carpeted. They didn't creak like that. The only thing down there that made a sound like that was the single old wooden plank right at the bottom, the one my mom always said we needed to fix. Someone or something had just stepped on that plank. I wasn't breathing. I was a statue in a too bright bathroom, the fluorescent light humming overhead. I could see the narrow strip of dark hallway under the bathroom door. My mind was racing, a frantic, panicked chant. No one is here, no one is here, no one is here. Then came the third step. This one was on the staircase itself, the one that ended just a few feet from this bathroom door. It was slower, more deliberate. Crunch. That's when Sydney started. A low, guttural growl from the living room. It wasn't her usual, I heard a squirrel bark. This was a sound I'd never heard from her before. A deep, vibrating snarl that was pure threat. It was followed by a frenzy of barking, sharp and desperate. Her barking didn't make me feel better. It made it 1,000 times worse because it confirmed it. There was something there, something she saw or heard that I couldn't see from my prison in the bathroom. The footsteps stopped. Sydney's barking turned into a high-pitched, frantic yelping, the kind she makes when she's genuinely terrified. Then, abruptly, it cut off. Just silence. A thick, heavy, swallowing silence. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I thought I was going to be sick. What happened to her? Did it get her? Oh God, did it get Sydney? I couldn't move. I was paralyzed, my feet glued to the cold tile floor. I just stared at that strip of darkness under the door, waiting for a shadow to pass by. Nothing. The house was dead quiet. The only sound was the frantic thumping of my own heart and the faint high-pitched whine in my ears from straining to listen. That silence was worse than the footsteps. My mind started filling in the blanks. It was in the hallway. It was standing right outside the door. It was listening to me breathe. I could feel a presence, a dense, watchful feeling pressing in from the other side of the thin wooden door. It's hard to explain, but you know when you're being watched. It's a physical sensation, a prickling on the back of your neck. I had that, times a million. I don't know how long I stood there. It could have been 10 seconds or 10 minutes. Time had turned to glue. My legs were starting to tremble from being locked in place. I had to do something. I had to get to my room. My phone was on my nightstand. If I could just get to my phone, I could call my mum, call the police, call anyone. Slowly. So slowly my joints ached. I lifted my hand from the sink and reached for the doorknob. It was one of those old brass knobs, cold and solid. I wrapped my sweaty fingers around it. My plan was insane, born of pure panic. Turn the knob, yank the door open and sprint the 6 feet to my bedroom door, then lock myself in. I took a shaky breath, counted to 3 in my head, and turned the knob. The latch clicked open, a sound as loud as a gunshot in the silence. I pulled. The door didn't budge. I pulled again, harder. Nothing. It was like it was locked, but I hadn't locked it. I never lock the bathroom door when I'm home alone. I stared at the little button in the center of the knob. It was in the unlocked position. I pushed it in and out, the mechanism clicking pointlessly. The door was stuck. Or something was holding it shut from the other side. A fresh, sour wave of fear washed over me. I felt lightheaded. I let go of the knob and stumbled back a step, my shoulder hitting the wall. The shower curtain was to my left, a pale blue plastic one with cartoon fish on it. I found myself staring at it, irrationally terrified that something was going to be hiding behind it. I couldn't look away from it. The cheerful, smiling fish seemed like a sick joke. Then the knocking started. It wasn't loud or aggressive, it was calm, precise. Knock. 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 3 solid, evenly spaced raps right on the bathroom door at about head level. The sound was so close, so immediate, it felt like the knocks were inside my own skull. I let out a choked gasp and clapped my hand over my mouth to stop myself from screaming. My whole body was shaking now. Violent, uncontrollable tremors. Tears were welling in my eyes, blurring my vision. Who or what knocks? That thought circled in my mind, a dizzying, terrifying loop. An intruder doesn't knock. A ghost in a movie might, but this wasn't a movie. This was my bathroom, my house. And something was politely knocking on the door, letting me know it was there. I didn't make a sound. I couldn't have if I tried. I just stood there, trembling, waiting. The knocking didn't come again. There were no more footsteps, but the feeling of being watched, of not being alone, was so intense it was suffocating. I slid down the wall until I was sitting on the floor, my knees pulled up to my chest. I buried my face in my arms, trying to make myself small, trying to disappear. I don't know how long I sat there. It felt like an eternity. Huddled on the cold tile, every muscle tensed for another sound, for the door to suddenly fly open. I started praying, which I never do. I just whispered, "Please, please, please," over and over again into the fabric of my sweatshirt. I must have drifted into a kind of shock, because the next thing I was fully aware of was the sound of a key turning in the front door locked downstairs. It was a familiar metallic scraping sound. Then the door opened and closed. "Hey, honey, I'm home." It was my mum. The relief was so powerful, it was physically painful. It felt like all my bones turned to water. I scrambled to my feet, my legs cramping and numb, and fumbled for the doorknob. This time it turned easily, and the door swung open without resistance. The hallway was empty. Just the same old hallway with its beige wallpaper and the framed family photos. I didn't stop to look around. I practically fell out of the bathroom and stumbled down the short hall to the living room. My mum was taking off her coat by the front door. Sydney was at her feet, wagging her tail, acting completely normal. "Mom!" I croaked. My voice was raw. She turned and her smile instantly faded. "What's wrong? You're white as a sheet." I just started talking, the words tumbling out in a rushed, chaotic jumble. I told her about the footsteps, the crunching sound, Sydney's barking, the silence, the door being stuck, the 3 knocks. I was crying now, the tears I'd been holding back finally spilling over. She listened, her face growing more and more serious. She didn't interrupt. She didn't tell me I was imagining things. She just listened until I ran out of words and stood there, shaking and wiping my nose on my sleeve. When I was done, she let out a long, slow breath. She looked tired and sad. She walked over to the couch and sat down, patting the space next to her. I sat, pulling my knees up again, needing to feel protected. "Honey," she said, her voice quiet, "I need to tell you something." My blood, which had just started to warm up, went cold again. "I've never wanted to scare you," she began, choosing her words carefully. "But this house, things have happened here, before you were born, when it was just me and your dad." She looked down at her hands. "I used to hear those same footsteps, always on the stairs. I'd be in the kitchen, and I'd hear someone walk up from the front door, but no one would be there. Your dad never believed me. He said it was the house settling." She looked back at me, and her eyes were haunted. "And the knocking, I've heard that too. Not often. Maybe 3 or 4 times in all the years we've lived here. Always 3 knocks, always on a door, once on our bedroom door in the middle of the night. I was so scared I couldn't even move." I just stared at her, my mind reeling. This wasn't a one-time thing. This was a feature of the house. "Why didn't you ever tell me?" I whispered. "Because I thought it had stopped," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "It's been years since anything happened. I don't know what I thought, that it had moved on, or that I'd imagined it all along. I didn't want you to be afraid in your own home." We sat there in silence for a minute. The TV was still paused on some dumb cartoon. The normalcy of it was jarring. "What is it?" I finally asked. She shook her head. "I don't know. I've never seen anything. It's just sounds, feelings. Your grandmother, when she visited once, she said she felt a heavy sadness in the family room. She refused to sleep down there again. We ended up sleeping in her bed together that night, with Sydney curled up at our feet. I didn't sleep much. Every little noise made me jump. I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, listening to my mum's breathing and going over every second of what happened. The footsteps, the 3 knocks, the stuck door, the thing that gets me, the thing I still can't explain to this day, is the knocking. Why 3 knocks? Why be polite? What did it want? Was it trying to get in, or was it just letting me know it was there? And the door, how did it get stuck like that, and then just unlock itself? My mom sold the house a few years later after I went to college. She never gave me a real reason, just said she wanted something smaller, but I know why. I'm an adult now, I have my own apartment, and I still can't hear 3 knocks in a row without my heart seizing up. I still get that icy feeling on my back sometimes for no reason. I never saw anything, I never heard a voice. It was just sounds and a feeling, but that was enough. It was more than enough. Whatever was in that house with me that day, it knew I was in there. It knew I was listening, and it knocked. Story 2. We decided to have a movie night. We'd been saving this new sci-fi film everyone was talking about, and we figured we'd start it late, make some popcorn, and just zone out. It was our little ritual. We started the movie around 10, I think. I remember looking at the clock on the cable box when it began. The living room was dark, just the flickering blue light from the TV screen painting the walls. We were on the big couch under a blanket, the bowl of popcorn between us. It was comfortable, normal. The most normal night you could possibly imagine. The movie was longer than we thought, and we ended up pausing it a couple times for bathroom breaks or to get more drinks. By the time the credits were rolling, it was well past midnight. I remember feeling that deep, satisfying tiredness you get after a good movie, where your brain is full of images and you're just ready to sleep. We were cleaning up, talking in low voices about the plot holes, me taking the empty glasses to the kitchen, him folding the blanket. The digital clock on the stove glowed 1:18 in the morning. We headed upstairs, trying to be quiet, the old wooden steps creaking under our weight in the exact same spots they always do. We checked on Lily first, like we always do. Her door was slightly ajar, and the soft glow from her nightlight, a little star-shaped thing, spilled out into the hallway. She was sound asleep, her breathing deep and even, one arm flung over her stuffed rabbit. We both stood there for a second, just watching her. It's a parent thing, I guess. That moment of pure, quiet love before you go to your own bed. We went to our room, which is right next to hers, separated by just a wall. We got ready for bed, the usual routine, brushing teeth, changing into pajamas. I remember I was so tired, my eyes felt grainy. I climbed into bed, and Mark was right behind me. He fell asleep almost instantly, he always does. I lay there for a bit, listening to his steady breathing and the faint sound of the wind outside, just starting to drift off. That's when I heard it. It wasn't a loud sound, it was a soft shuffle, like bare feet on the hallway carpet. Then, the faintest creak of a floorboard right outside our door. My eyes snapped open in the dark. I held my breath, listening. Nothing. Just the wind. I told myself it was the house settling. It's an old house, it makes noises. I rolled over facing the door and tried to go back to sleep, but I couldn't shake the feeling. It was a prickle on the back of my neck, a cold knot in my stomach. I just felt watched. It was stupid, I knew it was stupid, but I couldn't make the feeling go away. I must have eventually fallen asleep, because the next thing I knew, it was morning. The sun was coming through the gaps in the blinds, and I could hear birds chirping. Mark was already up. I could smell coffee brewing downstairs. I stretched, that weird feeling from the night before, already fading into the logic of daylight. I got up, went to the bathroom, and then headed to Lily's room to wake her up for school. I opened her door and found her already awake, sitting up in bed, but she wasn't her usual sunny self. She was just sitting there, her knees pulled up to her chest, her face pale, her big brown eyes were wide and serious. "Hey, sweetie," I said, sitting on the edge of her bed. "Time to get up." She didn't move. She just looked at me, and her lower lip started to tremble. "What's wrong, honey? Did you have a bad dream?" She shook her head slowly, her eyes never leaving mine. "It wasn't a dream, Mommy." The way she said it, so quiet and so sure, made my skin go cold. "What wasn't a dream, Lily?" She took a shaky breath. "Last night, I woke up. I was thirsty." My heart did a little stutter. "Okay, what time was it?" "My clock said 1:00, she said. "Her digital clock shows time in a 24-hour format. 1:00, 1 in the morning." "Okay," I said, keeping my voice calm, even though my insides were starting to twist. "So you went to get some water?" She shook her head again. "I was going to. I got out of bed and I opened my door and you were there." I froze. "I was there in the hallway." "No," she whispered, her voice getting even smaller. "You were standing in my doorway. Right there." She pointed a tiny finger at her bedroom doorframe. A cold dread, thick and heavy, started to spread through my chest. "I was in your doorway. Lily, baby, Mommy was asleep in her bed." "I know," she said, and her eyes welled up with tears. "I knew it wasn't really you." The room felt like all the air had been sucked out of it. What do you mean it wasn't really me?" She described it. She said I was just standing there, slouched over a little, like I was really tired. My head was tilted down, but my eyes were open and they were looking right at her. She said my face was wrong. I had a smile on my face, but it wasn't my smile. She said it was a weird, freaky smile that didn't move. It was just stuck on my face. My arms were hanging loose at my sides, and I wasn't moving at all. Not a twitch, not a breath. I felt nauseous. I could picture it, and the image was so violently wrong it made my head spin. How long was it there? I asked, my own voice sounding thin and far away. A long time, she whispered. I was so scared, Mommy. I couldn't move. I just sat in my bed and looked at it. It was just looking at me with its smile. It didn't say anything. It didn't do anything. It was just there. She said she tried to be brave. She thought if she said something, it would go away. So, in a tiny, trembling voice, she said, Mommy, the figure that looked like me, didn't respond. It didn't blink. The smile didn't change. It just kept staring. That's when the real terror set in for her, she told me. She knew for sure that it wasn't me. My Lily, my little 6-year-old, in the dark of her room at 1 a.m, came to that conclusion all by herself. She said her heart was beating so fast she could feel it in her ears. What did you do then, baby? I asked, my throat tight. She looked down at her hands, fidgeting with the edge of her blanket. I remembered what Nana told me. When you're scared of something bad, you make the sign of the cross. My mother is religious. We're not really, but she's taken Lily to church a few times. Lily said she slowly, carefully brought her hand up. She touched her forehead, then her chest, then one shoulder, then the other. She did the sign of the cross, and she said the thing in the doorway. It started to change. It didn't move, but it began to dissolve. That's the word she used, dissolve. She said it started from the edges, turning into a thick black mist like smoke. The mist just swallowed it up. The slumped body, the still arms, that horrible fixed smile. It all just unraveled into this dark cloud that hung in the doorway for a second. And then it was gone. Just gone. Vanished. She said she sat there frozen for what felt like forever after that, staring at the empty space where it had been. Then she finally buried herself under her covers and cried until she fell back asleep. I sat there on her bed, completely numb. My blood felt like ice water in my veins. I believed her. I believed every single word. There was not a single doubt in my mind that she was telling the absolute truth. Kids have wild imaginations, sure, but this was different. The details were too specific, too visceral. The slumped posture, the unmoving smile, the way it just dissolved into smoke. This wasn't a monster under the bed. This was something else, something that wore my face. I hugged her tight, telling her it was okay, that she was so brave, that it was just a very, very bad dream. But we both knew I was lying. The look in her eyes told me she knew I knew. I went downstairs, my legs feeling weak. Mark was in the kitchen, scrolling through his phone, sipping his coffee. He looked up and smiled. "Morning, sleepyhead." I just stood there, leaning against the doorframe. I must have looked as awful as I felt, because his smile faded. "Hey, what's wrong?" I told him. I repeated everything Lily had told me, word for word. I watched his face go from confused to concerned to utterly horrified. He kept shaking his head, saying, No. She must have had a nightmare, a really vivid one." "Mark," I said, my voice cracking. She described it standing in the doorway. She said it was slumped. She said it had a smile that wasn't mine. Why would she invent that? He didn't have an answer. He just put his coffee down and came over to me, pulling me into a hug. We stood there in the kitchen, holding each other, and the silence was louder than any sound. The familiar, safe space of our home suddenly felt thin, like a veil had been pulled back, and we'd seen something lurking behind it. We talked about it all morning in hushed tones, after we'd sent Lily off to school with forced cheerfulness. We went back upstairs and stood in her doorway, trying to see it, to feel it. The hallway was just a hallway. The carpet was just carpet. But the air felt charged, different. I told him about the noise I'd heard, the shuffle and the creak, right before I fell asleep. The timeline matched up perfectly. While I was lying in bed, feeling a vague sense of unease, that thing was standing in our daughter's doorway, staring at her with my face. The rest of the day was a blur. We were both jumpy, flinching at every little sound. We kept looking at each other, really looking, as if to make sure we were still us. I'd catch my reflection in a window, and my heart would leap into my throat for a second. The normal, comforting sight of my own face had become a source of dread. We scoured the internet, reading stories, accounts that sounded eerily similar. Doppelgangers, glitches, shadow people. We found forums full of people describing almost the exact same thing. A loved one, seen in a place they couldn't possibly be, acting wrong, moving wrong, smiling a smile that wasn't theirs. And often the encounters were brief, terrifying, and ended abruptly, just like ours. Reading those stories didn't make me feel better. It made it worse. It meant this was a thing, a real thing that happens to other people. We decided not to tell anyone. Who would believe us? They'd say Lily had a nightmare, that we were overreacting, that we'd been watching too many scary movies. But we knew the solid, chilling truth of it. That night, we put Lily to bed together. We left her nightlight on and her door wide open. We left our door wide open too. We didn't watch a movie. We just sat in the living room in the dark, listening. Every creak of the house made us tense. Every shift of the shadows in the hallway made my breath catch. We eventually went to bed, but I don't think either of us slept much. I know I didn't. I spent most of the night staring at the empty space of my own bedroom doorway, waiting. My entire body coiled tight with fear. What if it came back? What if it stood there looking in at me with that slack, smiling version of my own face? The thought was so paralyzing I could barely breathe. Nothing happened that night or the next. It's been months now, and there hasn't been another incident. Life has, on the surface, returned to normal. Lily doesn't talk about it anymore. She seems to have filed it away in her mind as a singular, terrible nightmare, but Mark and I haven't. We can't. The terror of that one night is baked into the walls of this house for us now. It's in the way we both still instinctively glance into doorways before we walk through them. It's in the way I sometimes, for no reason, will look at my own hands, just to make sure they're mine. The encounter was brief, maybe 10 minutes out of our entire lives, but it changed everything. It introduced a crack in our reality, a sliver of pure, undiluted wrongness that we can never unsee. My daughter saw something wearing my skin, standing in her doorway in the dead of night, and it looked at her with a smile that wasn't mine. She saw it turn to black mist and vanish, and I have to live with the fact that I was asleep in the next room, completely unaware that a phantom wearing my face was terrorizing my child. I have to live with the knowledge that something can look like me, can stand in my home, and I will never know why or what it wanted. The not knowing is almost worse than the knowing. It just happened. And then it was over, and we are left here, in this house, waiting for a sign that it's truly gone, or waiting for the day we might see that wrong smile again, staring back at us from the dark. Story 3. It was the kind of Tuesday that just felt heavy from the moment I walked into the nursing home. The air in the hallway was always the same, a mix of industrial lemon floor cleaner and that underlying sweet, sour smell of sickness that never really goes away, no matter how much you scrub. I'd been a CNA for 7 years at that point. You get used to a lot. You have to. But that day, with Jerry, was different. It's the day that got under my skin and never left. My assignment sheet had Jerry Reynolds listed for full care. He was in room 114, down at the end of the West Wing. I knew him well. A retired Marine, then a county sheriff for 30 years. A tough guy, the kind who, even with throat cancer eating away at him, would try to wave you off if he thought he could do something himself. He couldn't talk much anymore, just raspy whispers through the hole in his throat, the stoma. We communicated a lot with nods and hand squeezes. When I pushed my cart into his room around 9 in the morning, the smell hit me first. It wasn't the normal smell of a sick room. It was deeper, rotten, like old meat that had been left in a hot car for a week. I remember my nose actually wrinkled up on its own, and I had to stop for a second just inside the door. "Hey Jerry, it's me," I said, trying to keep my voice light and normal. "How are we feeling today?" He was propped up on his pillows, his eyes wide open and fixed on the far corner of the room, the one by the window where the armchair was. He didn't look at me. His skin was a pale, waxy yellow. He lifted a bony hand, the one without the IV, and pointed a trembling finger towards the corner. "He's back," he whispered, the sound a dry, airy scrape. I glanced over at the empty armchair. The morning sun was coming through the blinds, making stripes of light and shadow on the floral upholstery. There was nothing there. "Who's back, Jerry?" I asked, coming closer to the bed. I started my routine, checking his vitals. His pulse was racing, way too fast for someone just lying in bed. "The tall one," he rasped. His eyes were still glued to that corner, in the black coat and the hat. I wrote down his blood pressure on the chart. It was elevated. I figured he was just confused. The meds, the cancer, the sheer exhaustion of dying. It does things to the mind. I'd seen it before. But the smell, that was new. It was clinging to the air around his bed, a pocket of decay in the otherwise clean room. "Okay, Jerry," I said, trying to be soothing. "Let's get you freshened up, all right?" He let me do my work, but he was tense, his body rigid. Every few seconds, his eyes would dart back to that corner. I was changing his gown when he suddenly grabbed my wrist. His grip was surprisingly strong for a man so close to the end. "He doesn't like it when you're here," Jerry whispered, his breath a foul wave against my face. "He says you're in the way." A cold prickle went down my spine. It was just the dementia talking, I told myself, just the dementia, but I couldn't shake the feeling that the room was a few degrees colder than the hallway. I finished up as quickly as I could, my own hands feeling a little unsteady. The day went on. I had other residents to see, but I kept checking on Jerry more frequently than my rounds required. Each time the smell was still there. Each time he was staring at that corner. Sometimes he'd be muttering, too low for me to hear. By my 3 o'clock round, he was more agitated. His breathing was shallower. I was at the nurse's station, about an hour later, charting. It was quiet, the way it gets in the late afternoon. Then, from down the hall, from the direction of room 114, there was a sound. It wasn't a crash. It wasn't something falling. It was a wet, heavy, slapping sound. The best way I can describe it is like a huge, thick piece of raw meat, a side of beef or something, being dropped from a height onto a hard, tiled floor, a solid, sickening thwump that seemed to vibrate through the floor. Me and the charge nurse, Linda, looked at each other. Her eyes were wide. "What in God's name was that?" she said. We both took off down the hall. My heart was hammering against my ribs. We burst into Jerry's room. He was sitting bolt upright in bed, which he hadn't been able to do on his own in weeks. His face was a mask of pure, undiluted terror. His mouth was open in a silent scream, his eyes bulging, fixed on the empty space at the foot of his bed. The smell of rot was so thick in the room it was almost a taste at the back of my throat. "Jerry," I said, rushing to his side. "Jerry, what is it? What happened?" He didn't look at me. He was staring at nothing, at the empty air, and he was trembling so hard the whole bed was shaking. "He stepped out," Jerry choked out, his voice a ragged tear of sound. "He stepped out of the shadow, and he hit the floor." There was nothing on the floor, no drop tray, no fallen object, just clean beige tiles. Linda was checking him over, her face pale. We got him lying back down, his body still shuddering with tremors. He wouldn't stop staring at that spot. We stayed with him for a long time, until he finally, exhausted, drifted into a fitful sleep. I was shaken. That sound, it was so specific, so physical. You don't imagine a sound like that. You hear it. My shift ended at 7. I gave report to the night CNA, a guy named Mark, and I told him specifically about Jerry, about the agitation and the incident. I didn't know what else to call it. I drove home, but I couldn't get the smell or the sound out of my head. I kept replaying it, the thud, the terror on Jerry's face. I got a call at 2 in the morning. It was the director of nursing. Jerry had passed, a massive heart attack. The night CNA had found him. When I went back in for my shift the next day, I pulled Mark aside. "How was it?" I asked, dreading the answer. Mark shook his head, his expression grim. "It was fast, at least. I was doing my rounds, just checking on him. He was asleep. Then his eyes just flew open. He made this sound." I felt my blood go cold. What kind of sound? It was weird, man. A wet, slapping kind of sound, like a thud from his chest, I guess. And then he was gone. I never told anyone else about the sound Jerry described. The sound of the tall man hitting the floor. What would I say? I just packed it away, deep down, and tried to forget it. I told myself it was a coincidence, a dying man's hallucination, and a strange physiological noise. That's what I had to believe to keep doing my job. But a few months later, something else happened that tore that belief right to shreds. I was assigned to Frank Miller. Frank had advanced dementia. He was a sweet man most of the time, confused, living in a world of his own. His family had brought in a small wooden desk from his old home and put it in the corner of his room. He liked to sit there and pretend to sort through papers, a memory of his old life as an accountant. One afternoon, I went in to give him his afternoon meds. He was staring at the desk, but he wasn't sorting papers. He was rigid, his hands gripping the arms of his chair. "Frank, you okay?" I asked, setting the little med cup on his bedside table. He didn't look at me. He was staring at the empty space on the surface of the desk. "It's sitting there," he said, his voice a low, fearful monotone. "What is, Frank?" "The thing with the burned skin," he whispered. I followed his gaze. There was nothing on the desk but a lamp and a stack of napkins. Its eyes are all gone, sunk in, just holes. Frank's breath started coming in short, panicked puffs. It's moving its mouth. It's trying to say the words. "What words, Frank?" He began to murmur, his voice trembling. "Our Father, who art in heaven." He was reciting the Lord's Prayer. But as he said the words, his lips were moving out of sync, like he was trying to mimic someone, or something, that was saying them wrong. His face was a mask of revulsion. "It's saying them with me," he gasped. "But it's getting them all twisted. It's a mockery." A deep, cold dread settled in my stomach. This wasn't the usual confusion. This was specific, horrifyingly specific. I tried to calm him down, to redirect him, but he was locked in. He spent the next 10 minutes staring at that empty desk, his body trembling, silently mouthing the prayer along with something only he could see. After that, things got worse. He started refusing to go near his desk. Then he stopped wanting to leave his room at all. A week or so later, I was helping him back from the dining hall. We had to pass the kitchenette on our wing, the one with the big window where you could see the sinks and the counter. Frank stopped dead in his tracks. He let out a small, choked cry. "The children," he breathed. I looked through the window. The kitchen was empty, clean and quiet for the night. "They're all rotted," Frank said, his voice cracking. He was starting to cry, slow, terrified tears tracking down his wrinkled cheeks. Their little faces, they're falling off. They're just standing there, looking at me. Why are they looking at me? I put my arm around him and hurried him past the window, his body shaking against mine. He was sobbing by the time I got him into his room. I had to give him an extra dose of his anxiety medication to get him to settle. I sat with him until he fell asleep, my own heart feeling like a lump of ice in my chest. I kept seeing Jerry's face, the same terror, the same fixation on something that wasn't there. The end came for Frank on a rainy Thursday. It was near the end of my shift, maybe 6 in the evening. The rain was tapping softly against his window. He'd been mostly unresponsive all day, sleeping deeply. I went in to do my last round, to make sure he was clean and comfortable before I left. The room was quiet, just the sound of his slow, ragged breathing and the rain. I was leaning over the bed, adjusting his blanket, when it happened. His eyes snapped open. They weren't cloudy or confused. They were clear, and they locked directly onto mine with an intensity that froze me in place. His hand, frail and bird-like, shot out from under the covers, and his fingers clamped around my forearm. The grip was vice-tight, impossibly strong. It felt like being grabbed by a piece of rebar. I gasped, too shocked to even pull away. He didn't say anything. He just stared into my eyes, but it wasn't him looking back at me. I can't explain it any other way. The person, the soul, the whatever that was. Frank, it was gone. What was looking out of his eyes was something ancient and empty, a vast blank nothingness. It was like staring into a deep black well that had no bottom. I could feel my own pulse thundering in my ears, feel the cold sweat breaking out on my back. His grip was so hard it hurt, the bones of his fingers digging into my arm. We stayed like that, locked in that terrible, silent stare for what felt like an eternity. The only sound was the pattering of the rain. Then the tears started. They welled up in his wide, staring eyes and spilled over, tracing clean paths through the wrinkles on his temples. They weren't tears of sadness or pain. They were tears of pure, abject horror. He was crying at what he was seeing in me, or through me, or maybe at what was happening to him. His mouth opened slightly, but no sound came out, just a soft, final sigh of air. And then the pressure on my arm vanished. His hand went limp and dropped back onto the bed. The light, the awful, empty intelligence vanished from his eyes, and they became just the dull, clouded eyes of a dead man. He was gone. I stumbled back from the bed, my whole body trembling. I leaned against the wall, my legs unable to hold me, and I slid down to the floor. I sat there in the quiet room, the smell of his sickness in my nose, the ghost of his grip still burning on my arm. And I cried. I cried from fear, from confusion, from the sheer, overwhelming violation of what had just happened. I'd seen people die before. It's part of the job. It's usually peaceful, or at least medical. This wasn't that. This was something else. Jerry seeing his tall man, Frank seeing his demon and his dead children. They weren't just hallucinations. They were seeing something that was there for them, something that comes at the end for some people. And at the very last second with Frank, I felt it. I saw it looking back at me through his eyes. I quit a month later. I couldn't do it anymore. I still have dreams about it, about that blank stare and the iron grip. I still wake up sometimes in the middle of the night, and for a second I think I smell that rotten meat smell from Jerry's room. I can't explain any of it. I don't try to. All I know is that I was there, and it happened, and some part of me is still sitting on that floor, staring at a dead man who died crying, wondering what the hell it was that he saw in my eyes right before he let go. Story 4. It wasn't my idea. I was tired and would have rather stayed in, watching TV on the lumpy couch. But Jalen, he was the leader. He said the park was different at night, said it was an adventure. My mom and aunt were deep in conversation, laughing and drinking iced tea on the fire escape, and they just waved us off. "Don't go too far," my aunt called out, not even looking up, "and be back by 10. That was it. No further questions. The walk there was only a few blocks, but it felt long. The streetlights cast these weird, long shadows that moved with you, and the trees looked like giant, dark hands reaching down. The playground was at the end of the block, tucked between 2 big brick apartment buildings. During the day, it was probably full of life, all bright colors and screaming kids. But at night, it was a different place. The red of the slide looked almost black. and the yellow swings were just pale, sickly shapes in the gloom. There were no lights right on the playground itself, just the ambient glow from the city around it, so everything was washed in this orange-grey haze. We hopped the short, chain-link fence. It was maybe 4 feet high, easy, and our sneakers crunched on the loose gravel that covered the ground. The first thing that hit me was the silence. Not total silence, because you could still hear the distant hum of the city, but a thick, heavy quiet right there in the playground. It was like the noise just stopped at the fence line. The air was still and hot, no breeze at all. We messed around on the monkey bars for a minute, just swinging, our hands getting dusty from the metal. I remember the feeling of the cool, rough iron under my palms. Then Marcus dared Jalen to go down the big, curvy slide backwards, and Jalen did it, his jeans making a shushing sound the whole way down. We were laughing, but it was that nervous kind of laugh that's a little too loud because the place was starting to get to us. It felt watched. That's when we saw it. The baby swings. They were off to the side, 3 of them little bucket seats for tiny kids, and one of them was moving, not like it was swaying in the wind, because there was no wind. It was swinging, properly swinging, back and forth, in a smooth, high arc, like a child was in it, pumping their legs. We all froze. I remember my laugh dying in my throat, just turning into a cold lump. We stood there, maybe 10 feet away, just watching it. It wasn't creaking. That was the other thing. An old swing set like that should have been screaming with rust, but it was silent. Just this visual of a swing moving through the air with no sound, no reason. "Stop messing around," Marcus whispered, his voice tight. He thought one of us was doing it with a string or something, but we weren't. We were all standing together. Nobody was near it. Jalen, being Jalen, puffed out his chest. "It's nothing," he said, but his voice was higher than usual. Probably just unbalanced. He took a step forward, then another. The gravel was loud under his feet. With each step he took, the swing kept its rhythm, back and forth, back and forth. It was hypnotic and terrifying. When he was about 3 feet away, it just stopped. Not like it slowed down. It was at the peak of its forward arc, and it just froze, dead still, hanging in the air at an angle that was physically impossible. If a real kid had been on it and just stopped pumping, it would have swayed and jiggled to a halt. This was like someone had pressed pause. Jalen reached out, his hand slow and hesitant. He didn't touch the seat. He touched the chains, right near the top where they connect to the crossbar. He jerked his hand back like he'd been stung. "It's warm," he said, his voice a hushed rush. He was staring at his fingers. "The metal. It's warm." My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I could feel it in my ears. Metal doesn't get warm by itself at night, not in the cool, damp air of a Brooklyn evening. It should have been cold. That's when we all knew. This wasn't a prank. This wasn't the wind. Something was there with us. We backed away from the swings, a tight little group, our eyes darting around the shadowy playground. The jungle gym was a big, complicated structure of bars and platforms in the center of everything. It was a dark skeleton against the slightly lighter sky. Jalen, trying to reclaim some of his bravery, or maybe just needing to prove to himself what he'd felt, walked over to it. He put his hand on one of the vertical bars, about chest high. He yelped and pulled his hand back, shaking it. "This one too," he said, his composure completely gone now. "It's warm. This one's warm too." Marcus and I ran over. I didn't want to, but my feet moved on their own. I had to see. I stretched out my own hand, my fingers trembling. I hesitated for a second, then laid my palm flat against the cold painted steel. It wasn't just warm, it was body temperature warm, like someone had just been holding onto it. The feeling was so specific, so wrong. It wasn't sun warmth which seeps into the whole thing. This was a localized heat, just in that one spot on the bar. I snatched my hand back, the phantom feeling of that unnatural warmth clinging to my skin. I can still feel it now, just writing this. That perfect living heat on dead metal. That's when the full-blown panic set in. We weren't talking about it anymore. We weren't trying to explain it. Our brains, even at 11 and 12, had short-circuited past logic. We just knew, in that primal way you know you're in danger, that the park was haunted. Not by some scary monster from a movie, but by kids, by children's spirits. The baby swing, the warm bar on the jungle gym. It was all stuff for kids. The thought was somehow worse. A tragic event, Jalen whispered, his face pale. Maybe a fire in one of the apartments a long time ago. Maybe a school bus accident. Our minds were racing, filling in the blanks with the worst things we could imagine. Let's go. Now, Marcus said, and there was no argument. We turned and started speed walking towards the fence. Not quite running, but close to it. We were a train of pure, undiluted fear. I was in the back. I remember the back of Jalen's dark blue t-shirt and Marcus's white sneakers flashing in the dark ahead of him. The gravel was crunching under our frantic steps, and all I could think about was getting over that fence and back to the noisy, safe, normal street. I was just a few steps from the fence line when it happened. I felt a hand slip into mine. It was so clear, so physical, I almost tripped. It was a small hand, a child's hand. It fit perfectly into my palm. The feeling was solid and real. The slight pressure of the fingers, the softness of the palm. It wasn't cold or ghostly, it was just a hand holding mine. For a single, heart-stopping second, my brain, desperate for normalcy, thought one of my cousins had dropped back to walk with me. I looked down. There was nothing there. My hand was hanging in the air, held by nothing, but I could still feel it, the weight, the shape, the warmth of it. It was still there, this invisible small hand wrapped around mine. I screamed. I didn't mean to. It was a short, sharp yell that was ripped out of me. Jalen and Marcus spun around, their eyes wide with terror. "What? What is it?" Jalen yelled. I couldn't speak. I just stood there, frozen, staring at my empty hand that was still being held. I tried to pull away, but the grip tightened, just a little. Not enough to hurt, but enough to let me know it was real, and it was intentional. It was a companionable hold, like a younger kid holding an older sibling's hand for safety. And then, with that touch, it was like a door opened in my head. It wasn't words or pictures. It was a feeling, a vast, overwhelming, crushing feeling of boredom, an eternity of boredom. It's the hardest thing to describe because it wasn't an emotion I was used to. This wasn't being bored in math class. This was a deep, cosmic, soul-crushing emptiness. It was the feeling of having nothing to do, nowhere to go, and forever to do it in. It was the essence of 1,000 rainy afternoons with broken toys, stretched out into infinity. It was a loneliness so profound, it made my stomach ache. It was them, the children. This was what was left, not pain, not anger, just nothing, an endless, dull, grey waiting. The swing, the jungle gym, it wasn't play, it was just a memory of play, a habit repeated forever because there was nothing else to do. The hand gave my fingers one last, gentle squeeze, and then it was gone. The sensation vanished instantly. My hand felt light and cold and terribly alone. The connection was broken. I finally stumbled back, falling on my butt in the gravel, scrambling away from the fence. Jalen and Marcus rushed over and hauled me to my feet. They didn't ask any more questions. They saw the look on my face. They each grabbed one of my arms and we practically flew over that fence, not even using the gate, just vaulting over the top, our clothes catching on the wire. We didn't stop running until we were back on my aunt's block, under the bright, beautiful, normal streetlight. We were gasping for air, bent over with our hands on our knees. We looked at each other, but we didn't say a word about what happened. Not then. Not ever. What would we have said? We just went upstairs, our legs shaking, and went back to the couch, the TV still blaring some sitcom. The adults asked if we had fun. We just nodded. I've never forgotten it. Not the warm metal, not the swinging seat, and especially not the feel of that small invisible hand in mine. But more than any of that, I've never forgotten the feeling it showed me, that absolute, bottomless boredom. People are always scared of hell being fire and brimstone, some kind of dramatic torture. I learned that night that the afterlife might just be something much, much worse. It might just be nothing at all, forever. And you have to find a way to live with it, or, I guess, not live. Just be. I still can't explain it. I don't think I ever will. It just happened. Story 5. I was 22 when it happened, and it's one of those things I still can't really explain, not in a way that makes the feeling in my gut go away. My mom's house was this old place she'd grown up in, nestled right at the edge of a thick patch of woods that seemed to go on forever. It was late August. The air was thick and heavy, the kind of humid that makes your shirt stick to your back 5 minutes after you step outside. We were there because my grandpa had just passed. It wasn't a surprise. He'd been sick for a long time, but that doesn't make it any easier. The house was full of that quiet, heavy sadness, the kind where every breath feels like you're swallowing cotton. My grandma had gone just a few months before him, and it felt like the whole world had just gotten dimmer. My girlfriend Sarah had come with me for the weekend to help out, to just be there. I was grateful for it. That afternoon, the pressure in the house was just too much. You know how it is when grief is just sitting in every room, on every surface? I needed air. I needed to not be surrounded by photos and the smell of old furniture and loss. I turned to Sarah and just said, "Let's get out of here for a bit." She nodded. She understood. We told my mom we were going for a walk, and I grabbed my little weed pouch from my duffel bag. It was a stupid little comfort, something to just take the edge off the ache in my chest. The woods behind the house weren't a park or anything. They were wild, untamed. The path we took was barely a path, just a worn-down line in the dirt and leaves that the deer probably used more than people. The canopy was so thick it turned the daylight into a weird greenish twilight. It was quiet, the kind of deep quiet where you can hear your own heartbeat in your ears. Just the crunch of our feet on last year's leaves and the buzz of insects. We walked for maybe 15-20 minutes until we found a decent spot, a fallen log that was dry enough to sit on, surrounded by a small clearing where the sun broke through in little dappled spots. We sat down and I started rolling a joint. My hands weren't even shaking or anything. It was just a normal mechanical motion. Sarah was quiet, just looking around at the trees, giving me that space she knew I needed. I lit it, took a hit and passed it to her. The smoke burned a little in my lungs, a familiar sensation that usually meant relief was on its way. For a few minutes, it was just that. The two of us, sitting in the woods, not talking, just being. The weight on my shoulders felt a tiny, tiny bit lighter. And then the world just stopped. It wasn't a gradual thing. 1 second there was the insect buzz, the rustle of a squirrel somewhere, the sound of our own breathing. The next second every other sound in the forest just cut out. It was instantaneous. The bugs went silent. The birds stopped chirping. It was like someone had thrown a soundproof blanket over the entire woods. The silence was so absolute. It was louder than any noise. It pressed in on my eardrums. Sarah and I looked at each other, and I saw my own confusion mirrored in her eyes. She had her lips parted like she was about to say something, but she didn't. We just froze, listening to nothing. That's when we heard it. It started low, a kind of guttural, rumbling vibration that I felt in my teeth more than I heard. Then it ripped open the silence. It was a scream, but it wasn't human. It wasn't a fox or a bobcat, nothing I'd ever heard on those nature documentaries. This was something else. It was deep and raw, a shrieking roar that sounded ancient, like it had been dug up from 1,000,000 years underground. It was the sound a jungle would make if it was being torn in half. It was deafeningly loud, echoing through the trees, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't far away. It felt close, too close. The sound didn't just stop. It trailed off into a series of hacking wet gurgles, like whatever was making it was choking on its own rage. My body reacted before my brain did. Every hair on my arms and the back of my neck stood straight up. A cold jolt, like I'd been doused in ice water, shot down my spine. My heart didn't just start beating fast. It felt like it was trying to hammer its way out of my rib cage. I dropped the joint. I didn't even think about it. My fingers just opened and it fell into the leaf litter. Sarah's face was pure, unadulterated terror. Her eyes were wide. Her skin had gone pale. She grabbed my arm, her nails digging into my skin through my shirt. "What was that?" she whispered, her voice tight and thin with panic. I didn't have an answer. My mind was scrambling, trying to place it. Bear? No, not even close. Mountain lion? I'd heard their screams online. This was different, deeper, more intelligent in its fury. It was a sound that didn't belong in these woods, on this continent, in this time. And then it came again. This second scream was even worse. It was closer. It was directed. It felt like it was aimed right at us. It wasn't just a cry. It was a challenge. It was a promise of violence. The guttural roar at the beginning of it shook the leaves on the trees around us. I swear I felt the ground vibrate. That was it. Primal fear took over completely. There was no discussion. No, what do? We just ran. I grabbed Sarah's hand and yanked her up, and we bolted. We didn't run back the way we came on the path. The path felt exposed, too obvious. We just ran in the general direction of the house, crashing through undergrowth, ignoring the branches that whipped at our faces and arms. I remember the sting of a thorny vine scraping across my forearm, the hot trickle of blood, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. Adrenaline was screaming through my veins, turning my legs into pistons. My lungs burned, but the fear was a fire at my back, pushing me harder. I glanced back once, just a split-second look over my shoulder. I didn't see anything. No monster, no animal, just the dark, silent, waiting woods. But that was almost worse. Not knowing what was making that sound was 1,000 times more terrifying than seeing it. My imagination was painting pictures of things that shouldn't exist, things with too many teeth and claws made of shadow. Sarah was sobbing as she ran, short, ragged breaths of pure terror. I was pulling her along, my grip on her hand so tight I'm surprised I didn't break her fingers. We stumbled over roots, our feet slipping on the damp leaves. Every sound we made, every snapped twig, every rustle of leaves felt like a beacon, like we were shouting, "Here we are, come and get us." The run felt like it lasted an hour, but it was probably only a few minutes. I saw the break in the trees ahead, the familiar rusty wire of the old fence that marked the edge of my mom's property. We scrambled over it, not even caring about the barbs. And then we were in the backyard, stumbling onto the lawn, gasping for air. We collapsed on the grass, our chests heaving. The bright, normal sunshine felt alien and wrong. The sound of a distant lawnmower from down the street was a bizarre, mundane intrusion from another world. We were safe, we were in a civilized place, but the terror was still clinging to us, a cold sweat all over our bodies. I lay on my back, staring up at the blue sky, trying to get my breathing under control. My heart was still slamming against my ribs. Sarah was curled up on her side, crying quietly. I reached over and put a hand on her back, feeling her tremble. We didn't speak. What was there to say? We had just heard something that had no right to exist. After a few minutes, we managed to get to our feet, our legs feeling like jelly. We walked shakily to the back door and went inside. The house was still quiet, but now the silence felt different. It felt fragile. We went up to my old bedroom and just sat on the bed, not talking, just trying to process. The whole event, from the first scream to us collapsing on the lawn, couldn't have been more than 5 minutes, but it had carved a canyon through my sense of reality. I kept replaying the sound in my head, that horrible prehistoric shriek. It was burned into my brain. My phone was on the nightstand. I picked it up, My hands still unsteady, I had a missed call from my dad and a text message. I tapped the message. It was from my aunt. The words were simple, clinical. Your grandfather passed away peacefully about 20 minutes ago. We're all here with him. I read the words, but they didn't connect at first. They were just shapes on a screen. Then they slammed into me, one by one, passed away. 20 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. The timing hit me like a physical blow. The air rushed out of my lungs. The screams in the woods, our panicked flight, the raw animal fear. It had all happened right around the time my grandpa took his last breath. A cold, sickening dread, entirely different from the primal fear in the woods, washed over me. This was a deeper, more existential chill. It felt connected. It felt like an omen, like a signal, like something had been announced in that terrible ancient voice. I showed the phone to Sarah. Her eyes, still red from crying, went wide again, but this time with a different kind of horror. "No way," she whispered, her voice trembling. "No fucking way." We just sat there in my childhood room, surrounded by old sports trophies and band posters, and the world felt like it had been tilted on its axis. The logical part of my brain was trying to fight it, trying to say it was a coincidence, just a fucked up, random coincidence, but the feeling in my gut, the deep instinctual part of me that had recognized the sheer wrongness of that scream, knew it wasn't. It felt intentional. It felt like a message. The next morning, after a night of little sleep and bad dreams haunted by that sound, my mum was in the kitchen making coffee. The sun was streaming in. Everything looked normal, but nothing felt normal. I was hollowed out, exhausted. I finally worked up the nerve to tell her about it. I didn't mention the text, the timing. I just said we'd heard a horrible, scary noise in the woods, and it had freaked us out. She listened, sipping her coffee, and then she gave a little shrug. "Oh, that," she said, her voice casual. "That's just the peacock." I just stared at her. "The what?" "The peacock," she repeated. "The Millers down the road, they're taking care of it for a friend for a few weeks. Nasty things. Their call sounds like a woman being murdered. Must have heard it from their property." A peacock. It was an explanation, a logical, simple, boring explanation. The sound I'd heard, that earth-shattering prehistoric roar that had filled me with a fear so deep I'd felt my soul shrink, was a bird, a fancy, ornamental bird people keep on estates. Sarah looked at me, and I could see the relief flood her face. She wanted to believe it. She needed to believe it. "A peacock," she said, almost laughing. "Oh my God, I was so scared." I nodded. I tried to smile. I said, "Yeah, a peacock, Jesus." And on the surface, that was that. The mystery was solved. We'd heard a peacock, case closed. But here's the thing that has never left me, the detail that keeps me up sometimes. A few days later, after the funeral, I went online. I looked up peacock calls. I must have listened to a dozen different videos. And yeah, their call is loud and shrill and kind of creepy. It does sound like a person yelling, but what I heard in the woods, it wasn't that. It wasn't even close. The sound I heard was lower, guttural, a roar that had a physical weight to it. It had that wet, hacking quality at the end. It held a kind of ancient malice that a bird's mating call just doesn't possess. My mum's explanation should have fixed everything. It should have given me a neat little box to put the terror in, tape it shut and store it away in the attic of my mind. But it didn't. It made it worse in a way, because now I'm left with two facts that don't fit together. The first fact is the official story. We heard a peacock, got spooked, and ran. The second fact is what my own ears recorded, what my own body felt. A primeval scream that shook the forest into silence, a sound that felt like it came from another time, a sound that happened at the exact moment my grandfather's life ended. One of those facts is a lie, and I don't know which one it is. All I know is that sometimes, in the dead of night, If the wind is just right, I can still hear it. Not for real, just in my head. That guttural, impossible cry and the chilling, absolute silence that came right before it. And I remember the text on my phone, and I wonder if the woods were trying to tell me something, or if something else, something old and unseen, was just passing through at the exact same time, using a moment of profound human sadness as a door to make itself known. I'll never know, and that's the part that haunts me. Story 6. Okay, so I'm just going to type this out because I need to get it off my chest, and maybe someone here will believe me or even have had something similar happen. I'm still shaking as I think about it, and it's been hours, but it feels like it just happened. I don't even know where to start, but I'll try to lay it all out like it went down. It was one of those really cold nights in Toowoomba, the kind where the air feels like it's biting into your skin, and you can see your breath fogging up in front of you. The sky was pitch black, no stars, just this heavy darkness that made everything feel smaller and more closed in. I was driving to Downlands College because my friend Mark had called me earlier, his voice all shaky and rushed, saying his car had broken down on the way home from some late study session or whatever, and he was stuck there. He asked if I could pick him up, and I said, yeah, no problem. I've done it before, but this time something felt off right from the get-go. I pulled into the school grounds, and the place was dead quiet. I mean, eerily quiet. Most of the lights were off, except for a few dim ones near the admin block, which is this old kind of creepy building that's been around forever. The trees were swaying in the wind, making these rustling sounds that set my nerves on edge. I parked near the entrance and saw Mark standing there under a street lamp, hugging himself like he was trying to keep warm. But he looked pale, really pale, like he'd seen a ghost or something, which, turns out, he kinda had. I got out of the car, and the cold hit me hard. I remember wishing I'd worn a thicker jacket. Mark rushed over, his eyes wide, and he was breathing fast, like he'd been running. He didn't even say hi, just started talking about how he'd been waiting in the admin block because it was warmer inside, but weird stuff had been happening. He said drawers were opening and closing on their own, and he heard this voice, really low and raspy, saying, "The fire has been lit." He kept repeating it, like he was trying to make sense of it himself. I could tell he was genuinely freaked out, not joking around like he sometimes does. His hands were trembling, and he kept glancing back at the admin block like he expected something to come out of it. I tried to calm him down, saying it was probably just the wind or his imagination. But honestly, I was starting to feel uneasy too. The place had this heavy atmosphere, like the air was thicker somehow, and every little noise made me jump. We decided to head back to my car and get out of there fast. But as we started walking across the campus toward the parking lot, that's when everything went sideways. We were cutting through this grassy area near the edge of the forest that borders the school. It was darker there, with only the moonlight filtering through the trees, casting long shadows that moved like they were alive. The ground was damp from earlier rain, and our footsteps squelched in the mud, which made it hard to hear anything else. I was keeping an eye on Mark, who was walking a step ahead of me, still muttering about the admin block, when suddenly he stopped dead in his tracks. I almost bumped into him, and that's when I saw it too. Up ahead, maybe 50 feet away, there was this figure. A man, I think, but he was completely on fire. Flames were engulfing him from head to toe, orange and yellow tongues licking at the dark, and he was screaming, this awful raw scream that didn't sound human. It was high-pitched and full of pain, like something out of a nightmare. My heart just dropped into my stomach, and for a second, I couldn't move. I was frozen, staring at this burning man who was staggering toward us. Then he started running. Not away, but straight at us, full speed. The flames roared louder, and I could feel the heat from where I was standing, which was insane because he was still a distance away. It was like standing too close to a bonfire, but this was a person, and he was charging us. The smell hit me next. This acrid, smoky scent mixed with something else, like burning hair or flesh, and it made my stomach churn. I remember my throat tightening and I couldn't breathe properly. It was like the air was being sucked out of my lungs. Mark screamed, a short, sharp sound, and then we both turned and ran. I don't even remember deciding to run. It was pure instinct. My legs felt like jelly, but I pushed them hard, stumbling over roots and rocks on the path. I glanced back once, and the burning man was still coming, his screams echoing in the night, but then, just as he reached the tree line, he vanished. 1 second he was there, flames and all, and the next he was gone. Poof! Like he'd never been there. We didn't stop running until we reached the admin block again, panting and gasping for air. My chest was burning from the cold and the panic, and I could feel sweat trickling down my back, despite the freezing temperature. Mark was leaning against the wall, his face white as a sheet, and he was shaking so bad I thought he might collapse. I was too. We just stood there for what felt like ages, trying to catch our breath, listening for any sounds, but it was dead silent again, except for the wind whistling through the trees. After a few minutes, we gathered ourselves enough to go inside the admin block. It was warmer in there, but that didn't help much, because the place felt even creepier now. The lights were dim and the hallways were empty, with that stale smell old buildings get. We found a teacher or someone from the faculty. I think he was a night custodian or something. An older guy with a tired look on his face. We must have looked a mess because he asked if we were okay, and we spilled everything, stumbling over our words as we described the burning man. The guy didn't even seem surprised. He just nodded slowly and said, "Yeah, that's the burning man. He's been seen around here for years." He went on to explain that it's a common thing at Downlands, especially near the forest. People have reported seeing him for decades, always on cold nights like this, and sometimes drawers in the admin block open on their own, with that voice saying, "The fire has been lit." He said there are stories about it being connected to some old tragedy, but no one knows for sure. Hearing him say that made my skin crawl, because it confirmed that we weren't just imagining things. This was real, and it had happened to others. We ended up deciding to stay overnight at the school because neither of us wanted to drive home in that state, and honestly, I was too scared to go back out there. The faculty guy let us crash in one of the common rooms, but I didn't sleep a wink. Every creak of the floorboards or rustle outside had me sitting up, heart pounding, expecting to see flames or hear that scream again. Mark was the same. We just sat there in silence, staring at the door, waiting for something that never came. Now, hours later, I'm still here, and I can't shake the image of that burning man charging at us, the way he vanished into thin air. It doesn't make any sense. I keep replaying it in my head, wondering if it was some kind of hallucination or prank, but the heat, the smell, the sound, it was all too real. I don't have any explanation for it, and I doubt I ever will. All I know is I've never been so terrified in my life, and I don't think I'll ever forget that night. Story 7. It was one of those summer afternoons that just felt endless, the kind where the air gets thick and heavy and even the flies move slow. I was over at my friend's house, like I was most days back then. We were probably around 13, that age where you're too old for little kid stuff, but not old enough to do anything actually interesting. So we'd just hang out in his backyard, which was basically a big square of patchy grass with a rusty swing set. His dad never got around to taking down. The backyard was bordered by a low chain-link fence, and on the other side was the neighbor's yard. Mr. Henderson, I think his name was. He was this old, quiet guy who kept to himself. His yard was always a bit wilder, more overgrown, with these big, leafy bushes pressed up against the far wall of his house. We'd lost more than one soccer ball over that fence, and it was always a pain to get it back. You had to go all the way around the block, and Mr. Henderson was never home. Or if he was, he never answered the door. So the unofficial rule was, you just hopped the fence, grabbed the ball, and hopped back. No big deal. This particular day we'd been kicking the ball around, just messing about, and of course I sent a kick way too hard. It sailed over the fence in a high arc and landed with a soft thud right in the middle of Mr. Henderson's lawn, nestling in the long grass. My friend groaned. "Your turn." It was always a pain, but it was my kick that did it, so it was my job to get it. I remember the sun was starting to dip a little, casting long, stretched-out shadows from the trees. It wasn't dark, not by a long shot, but that bright, harsh afternoon light was softening into a golden hour glow. I walked over to the fence, put my hands on the cool metal top, and vaulted over. It was easy. I'd done it 100 times. The grass in Mr. Henderson's yard was always a bit damp, even on hot days, and my sneakers sank into it with a soft squelch. The air felt different over there, stiller and cooler. I remember thinking it was weirdly quiet. Our backyard always had the hum of the distant highway or a neighbor's TV, but over there it was just silent. Not even any birds. I started walking towards the ball, which was sitting about halfway between the fence and the back of Mr. Henderson's house. The house itself was a one-story ranch style, painted a faded beige with white trim that was peeling in places. The back wall of the house, the one facing the yard, was mostly just siding, except for one small, high-up bathroom window. As I got closer to the ball, my eyes just naturally drifted past it, scanning the back of the house, and that's when I saw it. Pressed right up against the wall, in the deep shadow cast by the roof's overhang, was a shape. At first, my brain didn't want to process it. It was just a patch of wrongness. The shadow under the eaves was deep, but this was deeper. It was a solid black. A black so complete it was like a hole cut out of the world. And it was tall, I mean really tall. My mind started scrambling for comparisons. A standing bearskin rug, a weird piece of landscaping equipment. But it was too tall, too still, and the shape was all wrong. It was just a mass, a column of pure darkness that seemed to absorb the light around it. I stopped walking. I was probably 10, 15 feet away from it. The soccer ball was just a few steps in front of me, forgotten. The shape had no features, no face, no arms, no legs that I could make out. It was just this towering, man-like silhouette of utter blackness, standing perfectly still against the white trim of the house. It had to be at least 8 feet tall, maybe more, because its top half was lost in the deeper shadow of the roof. It didn't move. It didn't make a sound. It just stood there. And then the feeling hit me. It's hard to describe, but it's a feeling I'll never forget. It was a cold that started in my chest and spread outwards, like I'd been injected with ice water. My skin prickled all over, every hair on my arms and the back of my neck standing straight up. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't move. It wasn't that I was choosing not to move. It was a physical impossibility. My muscles were locked solid. I was frozen in place, one foot slightly in front of the other, my body rigid. My heart wasn't pounding. It felt like it had stopped altogether, like a clenched fist in the middle of my chest. My eyes were fixed on it, wide open, refusing to blink. I was terrified that if I blinked, it would move. I tried to scream, to call out for my friend, but my jaw was clamped shut. All I could manage was a tiny, strained squeak of air. I was completely, utterly paralyzed, trapped in my own body while this thing just stood there watching me. I couldn't see any eyes, but I knew with a certainty that was more terrifying than any guess that it was looking right at me. Time got weird. It could have been 5 seconds or 5 minutes. All I could see was that black mass. All I could feel was that bone-deep, unnatural cold and the sheer primal terror of being prey. This wasn't a jump scare. This was a slow, creeping dread that filled up every single part of me, telling me that I was in the presence of something I was never meant to see. My eyes were starting to water from not blinking. A tear traced a hot line down my cold cheek. The strain of staring was becoming unbearable. I had to look away just for a second, just to relieve the pressure in my eyes. With a massive effort of will, I wrenched my gaze away from the thing. I looked down at the ground, at the green blades of grass near my feet. The relief was instantaneous and physical. The lock on my muscles broke. I gasped in a huge, ragged breath, the sound horribly loud in the silence. My body shuddered, and I stumbled back a step. I immediately looked back up at the wall, my heart now hammering against my ribs, so hard I could feel it in my ears. It was gone. The space against the wall was empty, just siding, white trim, and normal, everyday shadow. No towering black mass. Nothing. I stood there, swaying, my entire body trembling. The cold feeling was receding, leaving behind a shaky, hollow weakness. I stared at the spot, my brain refusing to believe it. It had been there. I had seen it. I had felt it. My survival instincts finally kicked in. I didn't think about the soccer ball. I just turned and ran. I scrambled over that chain link fence so fast I tore a small hole in the knee of my jeans and didn't even feel it. I stumbled into my friend's backyard, my legs like jelly. My friend was sitting on the back steps, fiddling with a stick. He looked up as I crashed into the yard, and his face immediately changed. He saw the look on my face, the way I was shaking. "Whoa. What's wrong with you?" he asked, standing up. I couldn't form proper words. I just pointed a trembling finger towards Mr. Henderson's yard. There was... I stammered, my voice high and thin. He followed my gaze, then looked back at me, and his expression shifted from confusion to a kind of grim understanding. He didn't look surprised. He looked resigned. "You saw it, huh?" he said. His voice was flat. That stopped me cold, the casual way he said it. You know about it?" He shrugged, looking down at his feet and scuffing his shoe in the dirt. "Yeah, I see it sometimes." My mind was reeling. "You see it? What is it?" "I don't know," he said, still not looking at me. "It's just this tall black thing. It stands over there by the wall. Sometimes it's there, sometimes it's not." The matter-of-fact way he was talking was almost more frightening than what I had just seen. He was describing a monster in his backyard, the same way he'd describe a weird-looking dog. "How long?" I managed to ask, my voice a whisper. "How long has it been there?" He finally looked at me, and his eyes were serious. "A while. Since last spring, I think. I was getting the ball, just like you. It freaked me out so bad I puked." I believed him. I felt like puking right then. Does it do anything?" I asked. The image of that motionless, featureless form burned into my mind. "No," he said. "It just stands there. And if you look right at it, you can't move. It's like you're stuck. But if you look away, even for a second, it's gone when you look back." My blood ran cold again. He had described my exact experience, the paralysis, the vanishing act. This wasn't a one-time hallucination. This was a thing that happened, a thing he knew about. "Aren't you scared?" I asked, my voice trembling. "Why do you still go back there?" He gave another one of those shrugs. "Where else am I going to play? And besides, it doesn't come into our yard. It just stays over there. You get used to it." "You get used to it." The words horrified me. "You don't get used to something like that. You shouldn't have to. We went inside after that. I couldn't stay in the backyard. Every time I looked out the kitchen window towards Mr. Henderson's house, my stomach would clench. The sun finished setting, and the yard was swallowed by darkness. My friend's mom made us mac and cheese for dinner, and we ate in front of the TV, but I couldn't concentrate on the show. I just kept seeing it, that perfect light-swallowing black. I called my mom to come pick me up early. I made up some excuse about a stomach ache. When she arrived, I practically ran to the car. As we drove away, I looked back at my friend's house. His backyard was just a black rectangle now, and beyond the fence, Mr. Henderson's yard was an even deeper pool of shadow. I couldn't see the wall, but I knew it was there. I never went back to my friend's house after that. I made excuses every time he called. We drifted apart, as kids do, but for me, the reason was that backyard. The thought of seeing that thing again, or even just knowing it was there, standing silently against that wall, was too much. It had broken something in my sense of the world. I'd always thought scary things were in movies or in stories. I never thought they could be standing 10 feet away from you in broad daylight, in a perfectly ordinary suburban backyard, so still and so quiet, just watching. My friend had gotten used to it. He'd normalized the impossible, but I couldn't. To this day, if I see a deep shadow in the corner of a room or a tall, dark shape in my peripheral vision, my heart seizes up for a second. My body remembers that frozen terror, that feeling of being pinned by something I couldn't understand. I never found out what it was. I never asked Mr. Henderson if he'd ever seen anything. I just wanted to forget it, but you don't forget something like that. You just learn to live with the memory of it, standing there against the wall, a silent, 8-foot-tall piece of nothing that should not be, a secret shared between two kids and a neighbor who never knew, a thing that was just there, and then when you looked away, it wasn't. Just the story 8, secret, okay. So I've never really shared this with anyone before, but I need to get it out there because it's been eating at me for a while now. This happened about a year ago, back when I was still kind of on speaking terms with my ex. We'd broken up a few months before, but we stayed friends, or at least tried to. He lived in Skelmersdale in Lancashire, this kind of quiet, almost too quiet town that always felt a bit off to me, like it was holding its breath. His house was one of those old semi-detached places on the edge of town, surrounded by fields that seemed to go on forever. It wasn't run down or anything, but there was just something about it that never sat right with me. That day, I drove over because he'd asked me to pick up some stuff I'd left at his place. It was one of those grey, overcast days where the sky feels like it's pressing down on you, and the air was damp and cold, the kind that seeps into your bones. I remember pulling up to the curb outside his house around mid-morning, and even before I got out of the car, I felt this heavy, gloomy presence hanging over the place. It wasn't just in my head. I'd felt it before when we were together, but never this intense. It was like walking into a room where someone had just stopped talking, and you know they were saying something bad about you. I knocked on the door, and he let me in. The house was quiet, too quiet, like even the sounds from outside were muffled. He handed me a box of my things, and we made small talk for a bit. But I could tell he was uneasy too. He mentioned that his dad had passed away a couple of years back, and ever since the house had felt different. I didn't think much of it at the time, but now it sticks in my mind. After a few minutes, I said I needed to use the bathroom before heading out. The bathroom was upstairs, at the end of a narrow hallway that always gave me the creeps. The walls were this faded yellow color, and there were these old family photos lining the hallway, but his dad's picture was missing from one of the frames, like it had been taken out recently. I went into the bathroom and locked the door behind me. It was small, with a window that looked out over the back garden, but the glass was foggy, so I couldn't see much. I decided to take a quick shower because I'd been feeling grimy from the drive. The water was lukewarm, and as I stood under the spray, I started to feel this weird tingling on my leg, like someone was lightly dragging their fingernails across my skin. At first, I thought it was just the water, or maybe a loose thread from my towel. But when I looked down, there were these thin, red scratches on my calf. They weren't deep, but they stung, and I hadn't done anything to cause them. I remember just staring at them, my heart starting to beat faster because how could that happen? I finished up quickly, dried off, and got dressed, trying to shake off the feeling. When I stepped out of the bathroom, the hallway felt colder, like the temperature had dropped suddenly. I hurried back downstairs, but my ex was already in the living room watching TV. I sat down on the sofa, trying to act normal, but I couldn't shake this sense that something was wrong. The room was dim, with the curtains half drawn, and I kept catching movement out of the corner of my eye, like a dark shadow flitting across the wall. At one point, I turned my head, and for a split second, I saw this tall, dark shape looming in the doorway. It was just there, then gone. but it left me feeling frozen, like I couldn't move. I didn't say anything to my ex because I didn't want to sound crazy, but I could tell he was on edge too. He kept glancing around like he was expecting something. After a while, I started feeling really tired, like I hadn't slept in days. My ex suggested I take a nap in the spare room upstairs since I had a long drive back. I agreed because I was exhausted, and honestly, I just wanted to get out of that living room. The spare room was small, with a single bed and a wardrobe that smelled of mothballs. I lay down, and almost immediately I fell into this deep, restless sleep. And that's when the dream started. In the dream, I was in the same house, but it was darker, and I could hear someone crying. I walked downstairs and saw my ex's dad. I'd only seen him in photos, but I recognized him instantly. He was sitting in a chair in the living room, but he looked pale and sick, like he was fading away. He kept pointing at the ceiling and whispering something about them watching, and then he just dissolved into shadows. I woke up gasping, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. The room was freezing, and I could still hear this faint whispering, like echoes from the dream. I sat up, and that's when I felt it. This pressure on my chest, like someone was pushing down on me. I couldn't breathe properly, and my arms felt heavy, like I was pinned to the bed. I struggled to sit up, and as I did, I saw those scratches on my leg had deepened, and they were bleeding a little. I wiped them with my hand, and my fingers came away smeared with red. I got out of bed and stumbled to the door, but it was locked from the outside. I rattled the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Panic started to set in, and I could feel this cold sweat breaking out all over my body. I banged on the door, yelling for my ex, but no one answered. The room felt smaller, like the walls were closing in, and that's when I saw the shadow again. This time, it was in the corner of the room, just standing there. It was tall and featureless, but I could feel it watching me. My skin crawled, and I backed away until I hit the bed. I don't know how long I stood there, but eventually the door creaked open on its own, and I bolted out into the hallway. Downstairs, my ex was still in the living room, but he was asleep on the couch. I shook him awake, and he looked confused, like he didn't remember me being there. I told him about the dream and the scratches, and he just stared at me with this blank expression. Then he said something that made my blood run cold. He told me that his dad had been into some weird stuff before he died, like devil worship or something, and that he'd left a bunch of old books and symbols in the basement. He said he'd always felt a presence in the house but never talked about it because he thought it was just grief. By this point it was getting late and the sun was starting to set. The house felt even darker, and I could hear this low humming noise, like a vibration coming from the walls. I decided I had to leave, but as I headed for the front door, I felt this sharp pain in my back, like something had clawed at me. I spun around, but there was nothing there. My ex was still on the couch, but his eyes were wide with fear, and he pointed behind me. I turned, and that's when I saw it. The massive, dark figure towering over me from the staircase. It was huge, blotting out the light, and it had this overwhelming sense of malice, like it wanted to hurt me. I screamed and threw my arms up to shield myself, stumbling backward into the door. I fumbled with the lock, my hands shaking so bad I could barely turn the knob, and then I burst outside into the cool evening air. I didn't look back. I just ran to my car, jumped in, and drove away as fast as I could. The whole way home, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see that thing following me. When I got back to my place, I locked all the doors and windows and didn't sleep that night. I've never gone back to that house since, and I avoid even talking about it. The scratches on my leg took weeks to heal, and sometimes I still feel that gloomy presence, like it's stuck with me. I don't know what it was, if it was tied to the devil worship thing or just something else, but I do know that I'm never setting foot in Skelmersdale again, and that's the truth of it. So story 9, the guest room was really my cousin's room, but he never slept in it when I was over. He'd always take the couch in the living room without ever explaining why. At that age, I just thought it was cool, like I was getting my own special space. I didn't question it. The room itself felt old. It smelled like dust and mothballs, a smell that got stronger when the closet door was left open. The bed was one of those heavy, dark wood frames with a mattress that sagged in the middle, so you'd always roll into the dip, no matter how you lay down. That night, we'd stayed up late watching dumb movies, the kind you only find on cable TV after midnight. My uncle finally shooed us off to bed around 1 in the morning. I remember the hallway light was left on, casting a long yellow rectangle across the floor of the dark room, just enough to see the outlines of the furniture. I fell asleep pretty quickly, the kind of deep, heavy sleep only a kid can manage. I don't know what time it was when I woke up, but it was still pitch black outside the window. The house was utterly silent, the kind of silence that has a weight to it, pressing down on your ears, and I just felt watched. It wasn't a sudden jolt, it was a slow, creeping sensation that started at the nape of my neck and trickled down my spine. I was lying on my side, facing the wall, and I could feel eyes on my back. It was so real, so physical, that the skin between my shoulder blades started to itch and prickle. I didn't want to move. I just lay there, frozen, listening to the frantic thump of my own heart. I tried to convince myself it was nothing, just the weirdness of being in a strange bed. But the feeling wouldn't go away. It intensified, until it felt like someone was standing right behind me, close enough that I should be able to feel their breath on my neck. I had to do something. The fear was starting to choke me. My heart was hammering against my ribs so hard I thought it would crack one. I remembered the super soaker I'd brought with me, a bright orange one, sitting propped up against my duffel bag in the corner. It was full of water, ready for the epic water fights my cousin and I had planned for the next day. A stupid, childish idea popped into my head. If I was being watched by some thing, maybe I could scare it, a prank, a defense. It made a twisted kind of sense in my terrified, sleep-fogged brain. Moving as slowly as I could, I slid one leg out from under the thin sheet. The old floorboards were cool under my bare feet. Every tiny creak they made sounded like a gunshot in the dead quiet. I held my breath, my eyes glued to the dark shape of the doorway, half expecting to see a shadow move. I inched my way to the corner, my hand finally closing around the hard plastic of the water gun. The weight of it, full of water, felt solid and comforting in my hand. It was a piece of my normal world, a toy, and right then it felt like a weapon. I stood there for a minute, just listening. The feeling of being watched hadn't gone away. If anything, it felt sharper, more focused. I raised the water gun, my finger on the trigger, and spun around quickly, pointing it into the darkest corner of the room near the closet. There was nothing there, just the deep, impenetrable blackness of a room at night. A shaky breath escaped me, part relief, part embarrassment at my own fear. I felt a little silly standing there in my pajamas, aiming a toy at nothing. The tension in my shoulders eased, just a fraction. I decided I needed to get back to bed, to just bury myself under the covers and wait for morning. The quickest way was to take a running jump onto the bed from a few feet away, a thing I did all the time at home. It was a kid thing, a way to make going to bed less boring. I took 2 quick steps back into the hallway for a running start. The linoleum floor was cold. I gripped the water gun tighter, took a deep breath, and launched myself forward into the dark room. I leaped through the air, aiming for the center of the bed, where the sag was deepest, expecting to land with a soft whoomp on the mattress and blankets. But I didn't land on the mattress. I landed on something else, something that was in the bed. My knees and hands didn't sink into a soft mattress. They landed on something firm, but yielding, something with shape. The sheet was pulled up over it, and as my weight came down, I felt the distinct, unmistakable contour of a body underneath. My knees landed on what felt like a rib cage, and my hands pressed down on two long, thin shapes that could only be legs. And the sheet, the pale flower-patterned sheet, was pulled up over its head. For a split second, my brain just short-circuited. It couldn't process what was happening. This was wrong. This was impossible. Then, from under the sheet, right where a face would be, came a sound. It was a sharp, wet intake of breath, a gasp of pure, unadulterated terror. It was the sound of someone who was just as shocked and horrified as I was. The entire form under the sheets went rigid, tensing up in a way that a pile of blankets or a mattress never could. I could feel the tension coiling through the body beneath me, and in that frozen, heart-stopping moment, I wasn't looking at a monster. I wasn't looking at a demon. I was looking at the shape of an old man, hiding under the sheets in my bed, and he was utterly terrified of me. My own scream tore out of me then. It wasn't a conscious decision. It was a raw, animal sound of pure panic that ripped from my throat. I scrambled backwards, falling off the bed and hitting the floor with a jarring thud. The water gun clattered away into the darkness. I was kicking my legs, pushing myself back across the rough carpet, my eyes locked on the bed, on the shape that was now moving, shifting under the sheet. The hallway light flicked on, flooding the room with a harsh, sudden glare. My uncle stood in the doorway, his hair messy, his face bleary with sleep. "What in God's name is going on in here?" he barked, his voice rough. I heard screaming. I was hyperventilating, pointing a trembling finger at the bed, my words coming out in choked sobs. There's someone in the bed. An old man. He's in the bed." My uncle frowned, his anger fading into confusion. He walked over to the bed, his steps heavy. He didn't look scared. He looked annoyed. He grabbed the top of the sheet and comforter and yanked them back in one swift, impatient motion. The bed was empty, perfectly, normally, undeniably empty. Just the sagging mattress, the fitted sheet, and the indentation where I had been sleeping earlier. There was no one there. The space where I had felt the body, where I had heard that terrified gasp, was just a hollow in the old mattress. "See?" my uncle said, his voice softer now, laced with pity. "It was a nightmare, a bad dream. You just got yourself all worked up." He patted the mattress. "See? Nothing there." I couldn't speak. I just stared, my whole body shaking. I could still feel the impression of that rib cage against my knees. I could still hear that gasp echoing in my ears. That wasn't a dream. The physical sensation was too real, too specific. The feeling of hitting something solid, the way the body went stiff. A dream doesn't leave your knees feeling bruised. A dream doesn't have that texture. My uncle helped me back into bed, tucking the sheets around me as if I were a much younger child. "Try to get some sleep," he murmured. He left the hallway light on and closed the door most of the way, leaving it open just a crack. I didn't sleep. I lay there, staring at the ceiling, my entire body wired with a terror so profound it felt like a physical illness. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. The feeling of being watched, the shape under the sheets, the gasp, and then the thought that finally made my blood run cold, a thought that has haunted me ever since. He was scared of me, the old man, the thing, whatever it was hiding under those sheets. It was terrified. It gasped like I had just jumped on a real living person who was trying to hide. It wasn't a monster lunging at me. It was a presence that was just as shocked and frightened by my sudden appearance as I was by its existence. And my cousin, he always slept on the couch. He never, ever slept in this room when I visited. He never said why. He'd just shrug and say the couch was more comfortable. But now, that simple childhood fact felt like a crucial piece of a puzzle I didn't want to solve. Had he felt it too? Had he known? The rest of the night was the longest of my life. Every tiny sound from the house was that old man moving. Every shift of the shadows was him pulling the sheet back over his head. I watched the crack in the doorway. terrified that I would see a pale, wrinkled face peering in at me. I didn't close my eyes once. I just waited for the sun to come up, for the world to return to normal. When morning finally came, the room looked completely ordinary. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. The bed was just a bed. The water gun was just a toy on the floor. It all looked so safe, so mundane. But I knew what I had felt. I knew what I had heard. I never told anyone the full story again after my uncle dismissed it as a nightmare. What was the point? But I've never forgotten it. Not for a single day. The memory isn't just a visual thing, it's a physical one. The feel of his ribs under my knees, the sound of his gasp, and that chilling, irreversible realization that in that moment, in that dark room, he wasn't the ghost in my world. For that one horrifying second, I was the ghost in his. Story 10. It was a Saturday late in the afternoon. We'd decided to go for a walk in this arboretum in Florida. I'm not going to name which one, because honestly, I don't ever want to go back, and I don't want to scare anyone off from a place that might be perfectly fine for other people. But for us, it wasn't. The day started out normal, you know, the kind of day where you just want to get outside, breathe some fresh air, and forget about work and all the crap that piles up during the week. The sun was out, but it wasn't too hot. Florida in the fall can be nice like that, with a bit of a breeze cutting through the humidity. We packed some water, threw on our hiking shoes, and headed out. The arboretum was pretty empty when we got there. It was around 3 in the afternoon, and the light was starting to get that golden hue, casting long shadows through the trees. I remember the smell, damp earth, pine needles, and that faint sweetness from the flowers they have planted along the paths. We'd been there before a couple of times, so we knew the trails pretty well. We picked one that loops around a wetland area with boardwalks and thick patches of saw palmetto and live oaks draped in Spanish moss. It's usually peaceful, with the sound of birds chirping and the occasional rustle in the underbrush. That day, though, it felt different almost from the start. Not in a big way, just a subtle shift, like the air was heavier or the silence was a little too deep. We were walking along, chatting about nothing important, maybe what we wanted for dinner later or some show we'd been watching. I was lagging a bit behind, tying my shoe or something, when my boyfriend stopped dead in his tracks. He pointed off to the left into a dense thicket of trees and ferns. "Hey, look at that deer," he said, his voice low and kind of excited. I squinted, trying to see what he was talking about. The light was filtering through the leaves, making it hard to pick out details. I didn't see anything. No movement, no shape, nothing, just shadows and greenery. "Where?" I asked, stepping closer to him. He kept pointing, his arms steady. "Right there by that big oak tree. It's just standing there watching us." I looked again, really focused this time. Still nothing. It was weird because he's not the type to imagine things. He's practical, grounded, but I trusted him, so I shrugged it off. "Maybe it moved," I said, and we kept walking. But I could tell it bothered him a little. He kept glancing back, like he was sure he'd seen something. We continued on the trail, which curved around a bend and into a more secluded area. The trees closed in overhead, and the sunlight dimmed. It felt cooler there, almost chilly, which was strange for Florida. The sounds of birds had faded away, replaced by this eerie quiet, not total silence, but the kind where you notice every little rustle and creak. I remember feeling a prickle on the back of my neck, like someone was watching us. I shook it off, thinking I was just being jumpy. My boyfriend was walking a few steps ahead now, and he slowed down, his posture tense. That's when I saw it, or rather, that's when I felt it. There was this movement in the periphery, something tall and dark shifting between the trees. At first I thought it was just a shadow or a trick of the light, but then it happened again, and this time I got a clearer look. It was tall, really tall, like over 7 feet, and lean, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. It was standing behind a cluster of palmettos, partially hidden, but I could see its eyes. They were this vivid, electric blue, slanted like a cat's, and they were fixed on us. Not blinking, just staring. My breath caught in my throat. I grabbed my boyfriend's arm, my fingers digging into his sleeve. "Do you see that?" I whispered, my voice shaky. He turned, and his face went pale. He nodded slowly, not taking his eyes off it. We both stood there, frozen, for what felt like forever, but was probably only a few seconds. The creature didn't move. It just watched us, its head tilted slightly. It was humanoid, but not human. The proportions were off, the arms too slender, the legs too long. Its skin looked dark, almost bark-like, blending with the shadows. But those eyes, they glowed in the dim light, like 2 blue flames. Then without any warning it let out this shriek. It wasn't like any animal I've ever heard. Not a bird, not a coyote, nothing. It was high-pitched and piercing, but also guttural, like it was tearing through something thick. The sound echoed through the trees, and it felt like it vibrated in my bones. I swear my heart stopped for a second. My boyfriend and I didn't even look at each other. We just turned and ran. We bolted down the trail, our feet pounding on the dirt. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and loud, and the thud of our steps. Behind us there was no sound of pursuit, no footsteps, no rustling, nothing. But I could feel it, that presence, those eyes still on us. I risked a glance back, and I saw it moving through the trees, keeping pace with us, but staying just out of clear sight. It moved silently, smoothly, like it was gliding. No crunch of leaves, no snap of twigs, just this eerie, fluid motion. The trail felt endless. My lungs were burning and my legs ached. I stumbled once, my ankle twisting, but I caught myself and kept going. My boyfriend was ahead of me, his hand reaching back to pull me along. "Don't stop," he gasped, and I didn't need to be told twice. The shriek had left this ringing in my ears, and every time I blinked, I could see those blue eyes burned into my vision. We finally reached a more open area, where the trail widened and there were benches and a small pond. We didn't stop there, though. We kept running until we hit the parking lot, our car sitting alone under the fading light. We fumbled with the keys, our hands shaking so bad it took a couple of tries to unlock the doors. I scrambled into the passenger seat, and my boyfriend jumped in the driver's side. He started the engine, and we peeled out of there, gravel spraying behind us. We didn't speak for the first 10 minutes of the drive. I just stared out the window, watching the trees blur past. My heart was still hammering in my chest, and I felt cold, even though I was sweating. My boyfriend's knuckles were white on the steering wheel. Finally, he broke the silence. "What the hell was that?" he said, his voice tight. I shook my head. "I don't know. I've never seen anything like it." We tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a person in a costume, or some kind of animal we'd never heard of. But deep down, we both knew it wasn't. The way it moved, the sound it made, it wasn't natural. Then, out of nowhere, my boyfriend started talking about going back. Not in a curious way, but like he felt compelled, like something was pulling him. "We have to go back," he said, his eyes glued to the road. "I need to see it again." I stared at him, my stomach dropping. "Are you crazy? We can't go back there?" But he was insistent, his voice taking on this weird, detached tone. "It's important. I have to know." I argued with him, my fear turning into anger and confusion. Why would he want to go back? We'd just escaped something terrifying, and he was talking like it was some kind of mission. We drove home in tense silence after that. The rest of the evening is a blur. We got back to our apartment, and I locked the door behind us, checking the windows twice. My boyfriend was quiet, withdrawn. He sat on the couch, staring at the wall, and I could tell he was still thinking about it. I tried to distract myself, made some tea, turned on the TV, but nothing worked. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those blue eyes. That shriek echoed in my head. We didn't sleep that night. We lay in bed, both of us awake, listening to every creak and groan of the apartment building. At one point I thought I heard something outside the window, a faint, high-pitched sound, but it was probably just the wind. My boyfriend kept shifting, and I knew he was fighting the urge to go back. He told me later that he felt this pull, like a string tied to his chest, drawing him toward the arboretum. It freaked me out even more. How could something have that kind of hold on him? The next few days were worse. We were both on edge, jumping at shadows. I called in sick to work on Monday because I couldn't focus. My boyfriend did the same. We tried to talk about it, but it always ended with him getting that distant look, like he was halfway back there. We looked up local legends, searched online for anything similar, but found nothing that matched. Just vague stories about things in the woods, but nothing with blue eyes or that unnatural shriek. I still don't know what it was. A cryptid? Some kind of entity? I have no idea. But it felt ancient, predatory, and the way it stalked us, silent and patient, like it was waiting for something. It haunts me. My boyfriend never did go back, thank God, but he still gets this far-off expression sometimes. And I know he's thinking about it. We've avoided that arboretum since, and I don't think I'll ever set foot in there again. The fear hasn't faded. If anything, it's settled into a low, constant hum in the back of my mind. And those eyes, I see them in my dreams. Story 11. It started with the cold. Not the kind that comes from a drafty window or a broken furnace, but a deep, sinking cold that seemed to come from inside my own bones. That's the first thing I remember clearly about that day. It was a Tuesday, I'm pretty sure. The week had already been a blur of unease, but Tuesday was the day it all came to a head. I woke up that morning feeling like I hadn't slept at all. The nightmare from the night before was still clinging to me, a greasy film on my consciousness. In the dream, I was in my bed, but I was paralyzed. I could feel the weight of my wife, Sarah, sleeping beside me, but I couldn't turn my head to look at her. And then something had its hands on my ankles. They weren't hands, not really. They were more like shapes made of cold and pressure. And they were pulling, not a yank, but a steady, relentless drag, like it was trying to tow me out of the bed and across the floor. I was fighting it with everything I had, my muscles screaming, but I couldn't make a sound. I just had to lie there and feel myself being slowly, inexorably pulled from the safety of my bed. I woke up with a gasp, my heart trying to punch its way out of my chest. The sheets tangled around my legs. The clock on my nightstand glowed 3 a.m. That was the time, always 3 a.m. For weeks, it had been the same. A bump, a creak, sometimes what sounded like a faint whisper from the hallway, always right around that witching hour. We'd written it off as the house settling, the pipes, our imaginations running wild after watching a scary movie. But after that dream, I couldn't write it off anymore. The dream felt like a message or a warning. Sarah felt it too, this off energy. She didn't say much, but I could see it in the way she'd pause before going into a dark room, or how she started turning on every light in the house as soon as the sun went down. Our home, the place that was supposed to be our sanctuary, had started to feel like a cage. The air was thick, heavy. It was hard to breathe sometimes, like the atmosphere itself was pressing down on you. A few days before this particular Tuesday, Sarah's mom had come to visit. She's always been sensitive. She talks about energies and spirits in a very matter-of-fact way, not like a mystic, but like someone who's just stating a fact of life, like the weather. She'd been in the house for less than an hour when she stopped dead in the middle of the living room. Her face just went slack. She looked at Sarah and said, "There's something very bad here. It's old, and it's angry." She said the energy was like a stain seeping into the walls. Later, she was helping me carry a basket of laundry to the laundry room. It's a small, windowless room in the back corner of the house, always a few degrees colder than the rest of the place. The moment she stepped over the threshold, she froze again. Her eyes went wide, and she dropped her side of the basket. She told us, her voice barely a whisper, that she felt it try to pass through her. She said it was like a wave of absolute nothingness, a void, moving right through her body. She described it as a feeling of being erased for a second. She was shaking. She went straight to her bag, pulled out a bundle of sage, and smudged the entire house corner to corner. As she wafted the smoke through the laundry room, she spoke to it. Not in a chant, just in a firm, low voice. She said, "If you have something to show me in my dreams. Leave them alone." She left the next morning, but the unease she left behind was even heavier. So that brings me to Tuesday, the day after my nightmare. I was exhausted, jittery. I drank way too much coffee, which just made the anxiety feel sharper, more focused. Sarah was quiet, her face pale. We were watching my brother's dog, a big, goofy golden retriever named Buster. He was usually the definition of chill, 100 pounds of lazy affection. Having him around was a comfort. He was a solid, real presence in a house that was starting to feel less and less real. The day dragged on. Every little noise made me jump. The hum of the refrigerator kicking on, the sound of a car driving by outside, the normal sounds of a house during the day felt like intrusions. I kept catching myself holding my breath, listening for something else, something underneath the daytime noises. I tried to work from home, but I couldn't concentrate. My eyes kept drifting to the hallway, to the closed door of the laundry room. As evening fell, the dread started to build in my stomach, a cold, hard knot. It was a physical feeling, a sickness. We ordered takeout, but neither of us could eat much. We just picked at our food in front of the TV, not really watching it. Both of us just waiting. Buster was sprawled on the rug, snoring softly. The normalcy of him sleeping there was the only thing that felt real. We went to bed early, more out of a desperate hope that we could just sleep through the night than out of any real tiredness. The act of getting ready for bed was tense, silent. We brushed our teeth, changed into pajamas, all with this unspoken agreement not to talk about it. Talking about it felt like giving it more power. We got into bed and turned off the lights. The room was pitch black. I lay on my back, staring up at a ceiling I couldn't see, listening to Sarah's breathing. It was too quick. She wasn't asleep either. Buster was on the floor at the foot of our bed. We could hear his deep, even breaths. That sound was my anchor. I focused on it, trying to match my own breathing to his, trying to slow my racing heart. The minutes ticked by. An hour, maybe 2. I don't know. Time gets strange when you're lying in the dark, waiting for something to happen. And then it did. It wasn't a loud noise. It was a shift. The air in the room changed. It got heavier, denser. The cold I'd felt in my dream began to seep back into the room, not from the window, but from the walls themselves. It was that same deep, internal cold. I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. Next to me, I felt Sarah's body go rigid. She'd felt it too. We didn't say a word. We just lay there, frozen. That's when Buster woke up. It wasn't a gentle waking. 1 second he was snoring. The next, there was a sharp intake of breath, a low, guttural growl that I had never heard from him before. It was a sound of pure, unadulterated menace. My heart, which had been thumping, just seemed to stop for a second. In the absolute blackness, I could hear him get to his feet. The growl deepened, vibrating through the floorboards. Then he exploded. He let out a furious, deafening bark and launched himself across the room. I heard his claws scrabbling on the hardwood floor, the sound of his big body crashing into the closed bedroom door. He was barking and snarling, a frenzied, savage sound. It wasn't the bark he used for the mailman or a squirrel. This was a war cry. He was throwing himself at the door over and over, like he was trying to tear it down with his teeth and claws. Sarah screamed, a short, sharp sound of terror. I fumbled for the lamp on my nightstand, my hands shaking so badly I could barely find the switch. When the light finally clicked on, the scene was chaos. Buster was a whirlwind of fur and fury, slamming his shoulder against the door, his lips pulled back from his teeth, saliva flying. His eyes were wild, fixed on something on the other side of that door, something we couldn't see. "Buster, no! Stop!" I yelled, but it was useless. He was beyond hearing us. He was in a primal rage. I scrambled out of bed, my legs weak. I had to get him, to calm him down, to see what he was seeing. Sarah was clutching the blankets to her chest, her face a mask of pure horror. I took a step towards the dog, towards the door, and that's when I felt it. A pressure. It was the same feeling from my dream, that cold, gripping pressure around my ankles. It wasn't pulling me this time, it was just holding on, anchoring me to the spot. A wave of nausea washed over me, so strong I thought I would vomit. The air was so cold it hurt to breathe. Buster suddenly stopped barking. He stopped slamming into the door. He stood there, his body still tensed, his head low, and he let out one last, long, low growl that seemed to come from the very depths of his soul. It was a sound of warning and of defeat. He backed away from the door, his tail tucked between his legs, his eyes still fixed on it. Then he turned and slunk into the far corner of the room, behind a chair, and he curled into a tight ball, shaking violently. He wouldn't look at us. He just hid. The pressure on my ankles vanished. Just like that. The crushing weight in the air lifted a fraction. The room was silent again, except for the ragged sound of our breathing and the faint, pathetic whimper coming from Buster in the corner. I looked at Sarah. Her eyes were huge, glistening with tears. We didn't speak. What was there to say? We had both felt it. We had both seen the dog react to something that wasn't there. The logical part of my brain had been completely dismantled. There was no explaining this away. This wasn't the house settling. This wasn't a dream. I forced my legs to move. I walked to the bedroom door, my heart hammering against my ribs. I put my hand on the cool wood. I don't know what I expected to feel. Heat, cold, nothing. It was just a door. I turned the knob, my hand still shaking, and pulled it open. The hallway was dark and empty, completely normal. The nightlight from the bathroom cast a soft glow on the wall. There was nothing there, no shape, no shadow, no physical thing that could have provoked that kind of reaction from a 100-pound dog. But the feeling wasn't gone. It had just retreated. It was still in the house. I could feel it waiting, watching from the edges of the darkness. It had shown us a fraction of its power. It had used my nightmare as a preview, and then used our dog, this innocent, happy animal, as its weapon to make its point. The message was clear. I am here. This is my place. We didn't sleep the rest of the night. We sat up in bed with the lights on, huddled together, listening. Buster wouldn't come out from his corner. We tried to coax him with treats, with a soft voice, but he just stared past us, trembling. We were prisoners in our own bedroom, terrified of what was on the other side of the door. The sun eventually came up, casting weak, grey light into the room. With the dawn, some of the immediate terror faded, but it was replaced by a deep, chilling certainty. This was real. We were sharing our home with something that could invade our dreams, influence a living creature, and put its hands on me while I was awake. Something that my mother-in-law had felt, try to move through her very soul. We never got our answers. We never found a way to restore the peace. We moved out a month later. We broke our lease, lost our deposit, and told the landlord a sanitized version of the truth that he clearly didn't believe. We just had to get out. But sometimes, in the dead of night, in the safety of our new apartment, I'll wake up for no reason. And I'll lie there in the dark, and I'll remember the feeling of those cold, shapeless hands on my ankles, and the sound of a good dog losing his mind, trying to protect us from a horror we couldn't even see. And I know, with a certainty that chills me to my core, that it's still out there, in that house, waiting. Story 12. This was right after my great-grandfather passed away. He was a real character, always dressed sharp, even just to sit in his own living room. I remember him smelling like a mix of Old Spice and the cigars he'd smoke out on the porch. After he was gone, we ended up with some of his furniture, a big, heavy recliner that my dad never sat in, and this brass daybed with a squeaky spring mattress. They put both of them downstairs in the finished part of the basement. Almost immediately, we'd sometimes catch a whiff of him down there, that cologne or the faint, sweet smell of cigar smoke. We all just shrugged it off. Of course, his stuff still smells like him, right? It made sense. It was a little sad, but it made sense. The day it happened, I was 9. It was a Saturday, I'm pretty sure, because there was no school. My cousin was over. We were the same age and basically attached at the hip whenever our families got together. We'd just gotten out of the shower upstairs. I remember my hair was still dripping, making my t-shirt feel cold and damp on my back. We were on a mission. We were going to go raid my sister's closet in the basement because she had this one denim jacket we were both obsessed with, and we figured we could take turns wearing it without her ever knowing. The door to the basement was at the end of the hall. It was one of those heavy wooden doors, painted white, and it always felt heavier than it should have. I pulled it open, and the familiar smell of damp concrete and dust hit me. But there was something else, a weird humidity. I remember thinking it felt thicker than usual, the air. I flicked the light switch. A single bare bulb at the top of the stairs came on, casting long jumping shadows down the wooden steps. I went first, my bare foot landing on the first step. It was wet. I jerked my foot back. "You, the step's all wet," I said to my cousin, who was right behind me. We both looked down. The wood on the step was dark and glossy with water, not soaked, but definitely wet, like someone with wet shoes had just walked down. We figured maybe one of our parents had come down to get something from the freezer and tracked in water from outside, but it hadn't rained. We looked closer, leaning over, and that's when we saw them. Footprints. Clear, wet footprints, starting a few steps down from the top. They were the shape of a man's dress shoe, not sneakers, not work boots, a proper dress shoe, with a defined heel and a sole you could see the pattern of. They were perfectly formed, like someone had carefully pressed their wet foot onto each step. My brain, even at 9, tried to logic it out. Did Dad come down here in his good shoes for some reason? But he was wearing sneakers today. I'd seen him, and Mom didn't own shoes like that. We were frozen at the top of the stairs, just staring. The footprints went all the way down, one on each step, alternating left and right like a normal person walking. The silence in the house felt absolute, pressing in on my ears. All I could hear was the drip, drip, drip of water from my own hair onto the floorboards behind me. "Who?" my cousin whispered, her voice thin and high. I didn't have an answer. My heart was starting to thump a weird, heavy rhythm against my ribs. This was wrong. This felt wrong in a deep, primal way that had nothing to do with spilled water. It was the specificity of it, the shape of the shoes. Hesitantly, I took another step down, avoiding the wet patches. My cousin followed, her hand gripping the back of my shirt. We followed the trail with our eyes. The footprints didn't just go down the stairs and stop. At the bottom, on the concrete floor of the basement, they did something that made the little hairs on my arms stand straight up. They formed a circle. It wasn't a perfect drawn circle. It was a mess of overlapping wet shoe prints, like someone had been pacing in a tight, anxious loop right at the foot of the stairs. A dozen steps, maybe more, all trampled over each other in this small, frantic orbit. And then, from that circle, a single set of prints trailed off, leading away into the darker part of the basement towards the storage closet. The air down there was still and cold, but it felt charged, like right before a lightning strike. The smell was stronger now, not just damp. It was that smell. Old Spice and cigars. It was faint, but it was there, hanging in the wet air. It wasn't a comforting smell anymore. It felt like a presence. We didn't say a word. We just turned and bolted back up the stairs, our wet feet slapping against the wood. We didn't stop until we found my dad in the living room watching a golf game on TV. "Dad! Dad, there's water downstairs!" I gasped, out of breath. He sighed that long-suffering dad sigh and muted the TV. "What did you two spill?" "Nothing. We just went down and the stairs are all wet. There's footprints." My cousin chimed in, her words tumbling over mine. He grumbled, but he got up. I remember the way his sneakers squeaked on the linoleum as he walked to the basement door. We followed him, but we didn't go down. We hovered in the doorway, peering into the gloom. He saw the wet steps. He stopped. I saw his back stiffen. He looked down, really looked, at the footprints. He was quiet for a long time, long enough for me to feel a cold knot tighten in my stomach. Then he carefully walked down, avoiding the prints just like we had. He reached the bottom and stood there looking at that frantic, wet circle. He looked towards the storage closet. He walked over to it and put his hand on the door. "It's wet," he said, his voice low and serious. He turned the knob and pushed the door open. A gush of water spilled out over his sneakers. The pipes connected to the hot water heater in that closet had burst, not a small leak. They had let go completely. Water was spraying everywhere inside that small, cramped space, hitting the ceiling, the walls, flooding the floor. It was a roaring, chaotic mess in there. The concrete floor of the main basement was already covered in a shallow sheet of water that was slowly creeping towards my sister's closet, towards the recliner and the daybed. My dad cursed and sloshed back to the stairs, his shoes squelching. "The main water valve! I gotta find the main valve!" He yelled up to us, but he was already running past, heading for the garage. We just stood at the top of the stairs, watching the scene below. The water, the chaos, and right there at the bottom, already starting to blur at the edges as more water seeped across the floor, was that circle of footprints. That's when the realization hit me. A cold, solid weight in my gut. No one in our house wore dress shoes like that. My dad wore sneakers or work boots. My mom wore flats or sandals. My sister and I were kids. The only person I ever knew who wore shoes with that specific shape, who was always so particular about his appearance, was my great-grandfather. The footprints, the smell, they were his. He hadn't just been hanging around, a sad ghost smelling of cologne. He had been down there. He had walked up those stairs, maybe to get someone's attention. And when no one came, he had paced. He had paced in a frantic, worried circle at the bottom of the stairs because he knew what was about to happen in that closet. He knew the pipes were going to burst and flood the basement, maybe even cause real damage to the house, and he was trying to warn us. He led us right to it. The awe came first, a huge swelling feeling that made my chest feel tight. He was here, he was still looking out for us, but right on its heels was the fear, a deep, chilling fear that had nothing to do with being afraid of him. It was the fear of the unknown, the absolute certainty that the world was so much bigger and stranger than I had ever imagined. If he could do this, what else was possible? What else was in the dark that we couldn't see? The rest of the day was a blur of my dad shutting off the water, calling a plumber, and us sopping up water with every towel we owned. But through it all, I kept glancing at those footprints. They were the proof. By the time the plumber arrived, they had mostly faded, just faint, damp outlines on the concrete. But I had seen them, I knew what they were. We never talked about it much as a family. It was one of those things that was just understood. We'd sometimes mention the time the pipes burst, and someone would quietly add, "and the footprints," and we'd all just get quiet for a minute. We moved out of that house a few years later. Life moved on. I went to high school, college, but I never forgot. Years after we'd moved, my parents were driving through the old neighborhood, just for nostalgia's sake. They saw the new owners out in the yard and stopped to say hello. They got to talking, and the new couple mentioned, kind of hesitantly, that they were thinking of having the house blessed by a priest. My mum, curious, asked why. The woman said their young daughter, she couldn't have been more than 5 or 6, had been talking about the nice man in the basement, the man who smelled like flowers and smoke. She said he was a good man, that he watched over the house. My parents just looked at each other. My mum explained to them that it was probably my great-grandfather, and that if they were going to have anyone bless the house, they should probably get a rabbi since he was Jewish. I think about that a lot. The footprints on the stairs, the circle of frantic pacing, the smell of his cologne in the damp air. He wasn't a scary ghost, he was just Grandpa, still taking care of his family, even from wherever he was. But the terror of that day, the sheer mind-bending impossibility of those wet, empty shoes, leading us to a disaster we couldn't have known about, that never really left me. It's a quiet, humming fear in the back of my mind that reminds me we don't know everything, not even close. And sometimes the things we can't see are the only things looking out for us. Story 13. It started around 2 in the morning. I was doing my rounds, checking on patients, making sure everyone was comfortable. The corridor in our unit is long and narrow, with rooms on either side, and at the far end there's a nurse's station where we keep the monitors. I just finished with room 5 and was heading back to the station when I heard footsteps. Not the soft shuffle of slippers or the click of heels from day staff. This was a steady, heavy tread, like someone walking with purpose. I stopped and looked down the hall, but there was no one there. The cameras we have mounted near the ceiling showed nothing on the screens, just empty corridors. I figured it was my imagination, maybe fatigue setting in after a long week. But then I heard it again, closer this time, and the hair on my arms stood up. It sounded like it was right behind me, but when I spun around, nothing. Just that cold, still air. I tried to brush it off and went to check on room 7. That's where Mr. Henderson was. An elderly man with terminal cancer, barely conscious most of the time. But when I stepped in, he was wide-eyed, gripping the sheets so tight his knuckles were white. He started shouting, his voice raspy and desperate. "There's a man in a top hat sitting in my chair. Get him out, please, get him out." He was pointing at the empty chair by the window, and for a second I felt a chill run down my spine. I've seen patients hallucinate before, especially near the end. So I put on my calm nurse face and said, "It's okay, Mr. Henderson. I'll ask him to leave." I walked over to the chair, pretended to shoo someone away and told him, "He's gone now, you're safe." Mr. Henderson relaxed a little, but his eyes were still darting around, like he didn't fully believe me. I stayed with him for a few minutes, adjusting his pillows and checking his vitals, all while feeling this weird pressure in the room, like something was watching us. After I left room 7, I went back to the nurse's station. My hands were a bit shaky, so I poured myself a cup of coffee from the pot we keep warm. That's when I saw it on the camera monitor, a shadow flickering in the corridor near room 7. At first, I thought it was a glitch, maybe a bug on the lens or something, but it moved, gliding smoothly without a sound. I leaned in closer, my heart starting to beat faster. The shadow was tall, impossibly thin, and it seemed to be wearing a top hat. I rubbed my eyes, thinking I was just tired, but when I looked again, it was still there, hovering near the door to room 7. I called over Marie, the auxiliary nurse who was working with me that night. She came over and I pointed at the screen. "Do you see that?" I asked, my voice a bit too high. She squinted and shook her head. "See what?" "It's just the hallway, Sarah. You need to take a break." But I knew what I saw. It was real, and it was there. I decided to go check the corridor myself. My legs felt heavy as I walked down the hall, the fluorescent lights flickering slightly overhead. The air grew colder with each step, and I could see my breath forming little clouds. When I got near room 7, I saw it, the shadow man. He was standing right there, tall and dark, with a top hat perched on his head. But the worst part was his eyes. They were this deep, dark red, like embers in a fire, and they seemed to glow in the dim light. He didn't have a face, just those eyes staring right at me. My breath caught in my throat and I froze, unable to move. Then he let out this screech, a high-pitched sound that felt like it was scraping against my bones. It wasn't loud, but it was piercing, and it made my ears ring. Before I could react, he flew, yes, flew, straight into room 7, dissolving into the darkness like smoke. I stumbled back, my heart hammering against my ribs, and rushed into the room. Mr. Henderson was lying still, his eyes wide open but unseeing. I checked his pulse. Nothing. He was gone. Just like that. I stood there for what felt like forever, my hands trembling, trying to process what had just happened. Marie came in a moment later, asking what was wrong, and when I told her about the shadow, she just gave me this pitying look and said I must be stressed, but I know what I saw. I felt it. The cold, the fear, the absolute certainty that something was there. After we called the code and the team came to handle Mr. Henderson's body, I sat at the station staring at the monitors. My mind was racing. This wasn't the first time I'd heard stories about strange things in this hospital. Whispers among the staff about shadows and unexplained noises. But I'd always brushed them off. Now, I couldn't. I realized that this entity, whatever it is, appears right before someone dies. But the terrifying part is, I don't know if it's causing the deaths or just announcing them. And why can only I see it? Marie didn't see a thing. And when I asked around later, no one else had noticed anything unusual. The rest of the shift was a blur. I kept glancing down the corridor, half expecting to see those red eyes again. Every little sound made me jump, the hum of the lights, the rustle of sheets from other rooms, even my own breathing. I felt this weight on my chest, like I was carrying a secret too heavy to share. When my shift ended at 7 in the morning, I walked out of the hospital into the daylight, but it didn't feel real. The world outside seemed too bright, too normal, while I was stuck with this darkness inside me. I've thought about it every day since then, that shadow man in the top hat, with his red eyes and that screech. It's etched into my memory. I've seen him a couple more times since that night, always before a patient passes, and each time it's the same. I'm the only one who sees him. It's like I'm tied to him somehow, cursed to witness this thing that no one else can. I've tried talking to my supervisor, but she just recommended I take some time off, thinking I'm burned out. Maybe I am, but that doesn't change what I've seen. So here I am, sharing this because I don't know what else to do. I'm not looking for answers. I don't think there are any. I just need to get it out, to let someone know that this is real, at least for me. That night, in that old hospital, something happened that I'll never forget. And now, whenever I'm on shift, I can't help but watch the corridors, waiting for those footsteps, or worse, those red eyes to appear again. It's a fear that's become a part of me, and I don't think it'll ever go away. Story 14. I'm not even sure where to start with this, but I need to get it out. I've been sitting here for hours, just staring at my screen, because if I don't write this down, I feel like I'm going to lose my mind. It's been weeks since it happened, but that day is burned into my brain like a brand. I can still feel it, you know? That cold, crawling sensation under my skin, like something's still there, watching me. I live in this quiet little town, the kind of place where nothing ever happens, where everyone knows each other's business, and the biggest excitement is when the post office gets a new batch of stamps. But for me, things haven't been quiet, not for a long time. It all started with the sleeplessness. At first, it was just restlessness. I'd lie in bed, and my mind would race about stupid stuff, like work or bills, or that awkward conversation I had at the grocery store. But then it got worse. Way worse. I'd be lying there in the dark, and it felt like the shadows in my room were moving. Not like, oh, it's just the tree outside casting shapes, but real movement like they had a life of their own. And the whispers. God, the whispers. They weren't loud, not at first. Just this faint, staticky sound in the back of my head, like a radio tuned to a dead station. But over time, they got clearer, like someone was right there, murmuring things I couldn't quite make out. It was maddening. By the time that day rolled around, I was a wreck. I hadn't slept more than an hour or two a night in what felt like forever. My eyes were constantly gritty, my hands shook, and I jumped at every little noise. The moon had been weirdly bright for nights on end, casting this pale, sickly light that made everything look wrong, like the world was tilted slightly off kilter. I'd lie in bed, watching the shadows dance on my walls, and I'd feel this presence. It's hard to describe, but it was like there was someone else in the room with me, something that didn't belong. I'd get chills, and my heart would pound so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. That morning I woke up, if you could call it waking up, after another night of nothing but terror. I was drenched in sweat, my sheets tangled around me, and my throat was dry like I'd been screaming, but I didn't remember making a sound. The room was freezing, even though it was the middle of summer, and I could still hear those whispers, faint but persistent, like insects buzzing in my ears. I dragged myself out of bed, my legs feeling like jelly, and stumbled to the kitchen. I made coffee, but my hands were shaking so bad I spilled half of it on the counter. I just stood there, staring at the brown puddle, and I knew I couldn't take it anymore. I had to do something. I'd heard rumors about a woman who lived on the edge of town, out past the old railroad tracks. People called her a witch, but not in a mean way. More like she knew things, hidden things. My neighbor, an older guy who's lived here his whole life, mentioned her once when I was complaining about not sleeping. He said she'd helped his cousin with some bad dreams years ago. At the time, I'd laughed it off, but now, desperate as I was, it seemed like my only option. I didn't even know her name or where exactly she lived, just a general direction, but I had to try. I left my house around mid-morning, the sun already high, but feeling weak, like it wasn't quite reaching me. The air was heavy and still, and the town was quiet in that way it gets when everyone's at work or school. I walked quickly, my sneakers scuffing on the pavement, and I kept glancing over my shoulder, feeling like I was being followed. The whispers were louder now, a constant hum in my head, and I could almost make out words, something about waiting and coming. It made my skin crawl. It took me about an hour to find the place. I had to ask a couple of people for directions, and they all gave me this look like I was crazy for going out there. One guy just pointed and said, "You sure about that, son?" But I nodded and kept walking. Her house was tucked away in a grove of trees, hidden from the road. It was an old weathered thing, with peeling paint and a sagging porch. The windows were dark, and the whole place had this vibe, like it was holding its breath. I stood at the gate for a minute, my heart hammering, and I almost turned back. But then I thought about another night of those shadows and whispers, and I pushed the gate open. The path to the door was overgrown with weeds, and the air smelled damp like wet earth and something else, something sweet and rotten. I knocked on the door, my knuckles barely making a sound against the wood. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the door creaked open, and she was there. I don't know what I expected, maybe a cackling old hag with a pointy hat, but she was just a woman, probably in her 60s, with grey hair pulled back in a bun and sharp, dark eyes that seemed to see right through me. She didn't say anything, just looked at me, and I stumbled through an explanation about not sleeping and the whispers and the shadows. She listened quietly, then nodded and gestured for me to come inside. The house was dim, with only a few candles flickering here and there, casting long, dancing shadows on the walls. The air was thick with the smell of herbs and incense, something sharp and earthy. The walls were covered in symbols, weird, twisting shapes that looked like they were moving in the candlelight. I felt a shiver run down my spine, but I followed her into a small room at the back of the house. The room was even darker, with a single candle burning on a low table in the center. There were more symbols drawn on the floor, in what looked like chalk or ash, and the air felt charged like before a storm. She motioned for me to sit on the floor, and I did, my legs trembling. She started moving around the room, lighting more candles and murmuring under her breath. I couldn't understand the words. They were in some other language, low and guttural. The whispers in my head seemed to respond, growing louder, more insistent. I clenched my fists, trying to stay calm, but my breath was coming in short gasps. She came and sat opposite me, her eyes locked on mine. She told me to focus on the candle flame, to let my mind go quiet. But how could I? The whispers were screaming now, a jumble of voices that felt like they were tearing at my thoughts. I could feel that presence again, stronger than ever, like something was pressing in on me from all sides. The shadows in the room started to shift, not just from the candlelight, but real movement, coiling and uncoiling like snakes. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Then she began chanting louder, her voice rising and falling in a rhythm that made the air vibrate. The symbols on the walls seemed to glow faintly, and I felt a cold wind sweep through the room, even though the windows were closed. The candle flames flickered wildly, and for a second I thought they'd go out, but they didn't. Instead, the light started to bend, twisting in on itself, and a rift opened in the air right in front of me. It wasn't a hole exactly, more like a tear, a shimmering patch of nothingness that hurt to look at. And from it, something emerged. I can't even describe it properly. It was like a shape made of light and shadow, constantly shifting with no real form, but it had a presence, a weight that pressed down on me. It felt ancient and hungry, and when it brushed against my mind, it was like ice water pouring through my veins. I could feel it probing my thoughts, tasting my fear, and it was mesmerizing in the worst way. Part of me wanted to give in, to let it take over, because the exhaustion was so deep, and the fear was so constant. But another part of me, this tiny, stubborn part, screamed, no. I dug my nails into my palms, the pain sharp and real, and I focused on that. I thought about my home, my life, as messed up as it was, and I didn't want to lose it. I pushed back mentally with everything I had. It was like trying to hold back a tidal wave with my bare hands. The entity recoiled for a second, surprised, I think, and the witch's chanting grew even stronger, her voice ringing out like a bell. She was pouring something, energy, magic, I don't know, into the barrier she was building around us. I could feel it, a wall of warmth and light forming between me and that thing. The entity lashed out, and the room shook. The candles flared, and the symbols on the walls blazed with light. I felt a searing pain in my head, like something was trying to claw its way out, and I screamed, but no sound came out. I kept pushing, focusing on that barrier, on the witch's voice, on anything but the cold, pulling emptiness of that entity. Then, in a burst of light so bright it blinded me, the entity recoiled, shrieking. A sound that wasn't sound, but a vibration that shook my bones. The rift snapped shut with a sound like a thunderclap, and everything went silent. For a long time, I just sat there, trembling, my ears ringing. The room was normal again, the shadows still, the candles burning steadily. The witch was breathing heavily, her face pale, but she gave me a small nod. I didn't know what to say. I felt drained, like every bit of energy had been sucked out of me, but also lighter. The whispers were gone. The presence was gone. I stayed there for a while longer, until I felt steady enough to stand. The witch didn't say much, just told me to go home and rest. I walked back through the town, the sun setting now, casting long shadows, but they were just shadows. Normal ones. I got home and collapsed on my bed, expecting to finally sleep, but I didn't. I lay there, awake, but it was different. The fear was still there, a low hum in the background, and I could still feel echoes of that entity, like a ghost in my mind, I'm still awake most nights, but now I'm aware of things I never was before. The thinness of the veil between our world and whatever's out there. I'm not its captive anymore, but I'm haunted, and I don't think that'll ever go away. And that's it. That's what happened. I don't know how to explain it, and I don't think I ever will. I just needed to tell someone. Story 15. The brothers were a tough bunch. All of them worked construction, had forearms like tree trunks, and the kind of handshake that makes you wince. They weren't the type to spook easy, but that night, after a few beers, the conversation turned to their house, and the whole mood shifted. The oldest one, let's call him Mark for simplicity, started it. He was staring into the fire, not at us, and he said, "You ever get a feeling about a room in your own house? A real bad one." He was talking about the bedroom addition. It was a whole wing they'd built years back, 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, stretching out towards the trees. He said from the day it was finished, it was just wrong. It was always cold, not just a little chilly, but a deep sinking cold that the furnace couldn't touch. You'd walk from the warm hall into that part of the house, and it was like stepping into a walk-in fridge. The air felt heavy too, not damp, just thick, like it was pushing back on you. And it was hostile. That was the word he used. Hostile. He said you could feel it. Guests who stayed in those rooms would never come back. One of his buddies woke up with a bright red handprint on his arm, like he'd been slapped hard in his sleep. Another woman, his brother's girlfriend at the time, swore someone was whispering her name from the closet, a dry, raspy whisper over and over until she ran out of the room crying in the middle of the night. We were all listening, the crackle of the fire, the only other sound. I remember feeling a little chill go up my own back, and I pulled my jacket tighter. It was easy to believe, sitting there in the dark with the lake right behind us. Then the middle brother, let's say he was Jake, picked up the story. He said the rooms were one thing, but the real trouble was outside, on the lake. They'd all seen her. A girl. She'd appear along the shoreline, always in the same spot, where the trees came right down to the water's edge. She wore a white nightgown, the old-fashioned kind, plain and simple. It would be just light enough from the moon or the distant dock lights to see her standing there, perfectly still. At first, from a distance, you'd think it was just a trick of the light, maybe a plastic bag caught in the branches, but she'd be there too long, and the shape was too human. They'd seen her so many times, they'd almost gotten used to it. Almost. They'd shout from the porch, "Hey, you okay?" No response. She'd just stand there, facing the water. The youngest brother, Chris, he was the most shaken. He was a big guy, probably the strongest of the 3, but his voice got quiet when he started talking. He said the worst of it happened on a night a lot like this one, back in early September. The 3 of them had been out on their fishing boat, a little aluminum thing with an outboard motor. It was getting late, the sun had been down for a couple hours, and they were puttering back towards their dock. And there she was, in the same spot, the girl in the white nightgown. Mark, at the tiller, cut the engine. The sudden silence was heavy. Out on the water with no engine noise, everything gets really loud. The water lapping against the boat, the crickets from the shore, your own heartbeat in your ears. "Let's go see," Mark had said. His voice was low, all business. I think it was a challenge, more for themselves than anything, a way to prove they weren't scared of some shadow. Jake nodded, not saying anything. Chris just sat in the middle seat, his arms crossed. He told us he didn't want to. He had a bad feeling, a real deep-in-your-guts kind of feeling, but he wasn't going to let his brothers go without him. So Mark started the motor again, but he didn't gun it. He just putted them slowly, quietly towards the shore. The boat cut through the black water, the beam from the small mounted light on the bow bouncing ahead of them. It was a weak light, mostly just making the darkness around it feel thicker. As they got closer, the details got clearer. She wasn't moving. The nightgown was clean, which was weird because the shore there was all mud and pebbles. It was a simple, knee-length thing, And it wasn't blowing in the breeze. There was no breeze. The air was dead still. Her hair was dark, maybe brown, and it hung straight down, just past her shoulders. They were maybe 50 feet out now, then 30. They could see she was barefoot, her feet pale against the dark earth. The boat was moving so slow it was barely making a wake. "Hey," Mark called out, his voice sounding too loud in the quiet. "Are you lost? Do you need help?" Nothing. No turn of the head, no shift in posture. She just kept staring out at the lake, as if she was watching something far out in the deep water. Chris said his throat was getting tight. He could feel the cold from that part of the house. Even out here on the water, it was like a pocket of winter air was surrounding her. He remembers the smell, too. Not a bad smell, just empty. Like the air in an old closed-up attic. Dust and nothing. The bow of the boat gently nudged the soft mud of the bank with a quiet squelching sound. They were there. They were maybe 15 feet away from her. Jake stood up, one hand on the side of the boat to steady himself. "Miss," he said, his voice softer now, almost gentle. "It's not safe out here. You should go home." That's when she moved. It wasn't a normal turn. There was no rotation of the shoulders, no shifting of weight. It was like her whole body was on a swivel, a single rigid unit that pivoted smoothly to face them. 1 second she was looking at the lake, the next she was looking right at the boat. And that's when they saw it. Chris was the one who described it to us, and he was staring into the fire, his eyes wide, like he was seeing it all over again. He said where her face should have been, there was just nothing. It wasn't blackness. It wasn't a hole. It was just a smooth, blank expanse of skin, like a mannequin's head that had never been painted. No eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just this pale, featureless oval under her dark hair. My own breath caught in my chest listening to him. I could feel the hairs on my arms standing up. He said the worst part was the feeling that came with it. It wasn't just the shock of seeing something impossible. It was a wave of absolute, primal dread that washed over the three of them. It was a feeling of being looked at, of being seen by something that had no eyes to see with. It was a cold that went deeper than bone, a cold that felt like it was freezing the blood in their veins. For a second, maybe two, nobody moved. They were just frozen, trapped in that empty gaze. Then Mark, the tough-as-nails older brother, let out a sound. Chris described it as a choked gasp, a mix of pure terror and disbelief. Mark stumbled back, fumbling for the motor. His hands were shaking so bad he could barely get a grip on the pull cord. Jake fell back into his seat, his face white as a sheet. He was just staring, his mouth hanging open. Chris said he couldn't look away. He was pinned by that blank face. He felt like he was falling into it, into that nothingness. He felt a nausea so intense he thought he was going to be sick right there in the boat. The motor coughed, sputtered, and then roared to life. Mark didn't bother turning the boat around. He just slammed the throttle all the way open and threw the tiller hard over. The boat spun violently, the back end kicking up a huge spray of cold lake water that soaked all of them. The force of it nearly threw Chris out. He had to grab onto the seat to keep from tumbling into the black water. He risked one look back. She was still there, standing in the same spot, facing them again. That smooth, faceless head was tilted slightly, as if in curiosity, and then, as the boat sped away, putting distance between them, she just faded. Not like she walked away or vanished in a puff of smoke. She just became less solid, like an image on a TV screen losing its signal, until there was nothing there but the dark trees and the empty shoreline. They didn't stop until the boat slammed into their own dock, the impact jolting through all of them. They scrambled out, not even tying it up, and ran for the house. They didn't stop to turn off the outside lights. They just burst through the back door, slammed it shut, and locked it. Inside, under the bright kitchen lights, they just looked at each other. Nobody spoke. Their macho demeanor was gone, completely stripped away. Mark's hands were still trembling. Jake was leaning against the counter, breathing hard, like he'd just run a mile. Chris said he went to the sink and threw up. They ended up sleeping in the living room that night, all three of them, with every light in the house on. They never talked about it much after that, not even amongst themselves. It was too big, too real. It had changed something in them. The older brother, Mark, finished the story for us around the campfire. He looked at each of us, his face serious in the flickering light. "We still see her sometimes," he said, his voice low. "From the window, just standing there. We don't go out on the lake after dark anymore, and we sure as hell don't use that bedroom addition. We keep the door to that part of the house locked." He leaned forward, the firelight casting deep shadows on his face. "And you know what the real kicker is? We looked into it later, years and years ago, before our house was even built. A little girl drowned right off that spot. They never found her body." He sat back, and that was it. The story was over. Nobody said anything for a long time. We just sat there, listening to the fire crackle and the invisible water of Lake Monroe shifting in the vast, impenetrable dark behind us. I looked over at the house, at the dark windows of the addition, and I knew, with a certainty that made my skin crawl, that I would never ever be able to sleep in that room. I looked back at the brothers, at their quiet, haunted faces, and I knew they weren't lying. They had seen something that day on the water, something that had no face, and it had stolen a piece of their courage forever. And sitting there in the dark, with that story hanging in the air between us, I felt that same cold dread seeping into my own bones, a chill I can still feel right now, just thinking about it. Story 16. Wednesdays are usually dead. We get a handful of regulars, mostly older guys who come in for a cheap beer, and to listen to the jazz records we play on the old system. By 9 o'clock, the place is pretty much empty, and I start closing up around 1 in the morning. That night, it was even quieter than usual. No music playing because I'd already shut it off, just the hum of the fridge and the occasional car passing outside. The air felt thick, like before a storm, but it was clear out. I remember thinking it was weird because the bar usually has a drafty feel, but that night it was stuffy, almost hard to breathe. I was wiping down the bar top, my rag making these slow, squeaky circles on the wood, when I heard the first sound from the kitchen. It was the industrial sink, the big one we use for washing glasses and pots, and it was running full blast. I froze for a second because I knew I'd turned it off after the last round of cleaning. I'd made sure of it. I always do because the owner gets pissed if we waste water. My heart started beating a little faster, but I figured maybe I'd bumped the handle or something. So I headed back to the kitchen, my shoes making soft thuds on the linoleum floor. The kitchen is small, with stainless steel counters and that big sink against the far wall. When I walked in, water was gushing out, splashing onto the floor and making a puddle. It was loud, like a waterfall in this tiny space. I reached over and turned the handle off, my hand a bit damp from the spray. The silence that followed felt heavy, like the air was pressing down on me. I stood there for a minute, just listening, but nothing else happened. I told myself it was nothing, maybe a plumbing issue, and I went back to finishing up the bar. But then, not even 5 minutes later, I heard it again. This time, it was the hand-washing sink, the smaller one by the door. I rushed back and sure enough, it was gushing water, and the handle was turned sideways like someone had cranked it all the way. That's not how you normally turn it. You usually just push it up or down. This was twisted, almost forced. My stomach dropped. I could feel the hair on my arm standing up. I reached out and turned it off, my hands shaking now. The water stopped, but the air felt even heavier, like I was walking through syrup. It was cold too, a chill that seeped into my bones, even though the heat was on. I don't know why I did it, but I just spoke out loud. My voice came out calm, which surprised me because inside I was panicking. I said, "Please don't do that again." And as soon as the words left my mouth, the water stopped instantly. Not like it tapered off, it was just off, dead silent. That's when the real fear hit me. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat and my breath got shallow. I stood there, frozen, staring at the sink like it might do something else. The silence was worse than the noise because now I knew something wasn't right. I'm not a superstitious person, but in that moment every ghost story I'd ever heard flashed through my mind. I needed to do something, so I decided to search the place. I went to the knife block on the counter and grabbed the biggest one, a chef's knife that felt cold and heavy in my hand. The weight of it was reassuring, but my palm was sweaty and I had to grip it tight to keep from dropping it. I started with the kitchen, checking behind the counters and in the small pantry. Nothing. Then I moved to the main bar area. The bar has this long, narrow layout with booths along one wall and the bar itself on the other. I walked slowly, my footsteps echoing in the quiet. I checked under tables behind the bar, even in the storage closet where we keep extra supplies. Every shadow made me jump. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and too loud. The air still felt thick, and now it was like someone was watching me. I'd glance over my shoulder, but no one was there. My skin was crawling, and I had this urge to get out, but I couldn't leave without making sure. After I'd searched everywhere and found nothing, I went back to the bar to finish closing. My hands were trembling as I counted the cash and locked it in the safe. I kept the knife on the counter next to me, just in case. That's when the minor stuff started happening. I was wiping down a table near the back when I heard a soft scraping sound. I turned and one of the chairs had moved. Not much, just a few inches, like it had been pulled out. No one was there. I stared at it, my heart racing again. I told myself it was the floor settling or something, but I knew it wasn't. The chair was heavy, wooden, and it wouldn't move on its own. Then, as I was heading to the front to lock up, I heard a bottle rattle on the shelf behind the bar. It was one of the whiskey bottles, and it shook like something had bumped it. I spun around, knife in hand, but again, nothing. The feeling of being watched intensified. It was like eyes were on the back of my neck, and I kept swiveling my head, trying to catch something. My body was tense, every muscle tight, and I could feel a cold sweat on my forehead. I decided to hurry up and get out of there. I finished locking the doors from the inside, my hands fumbling with the keys. As I was about to head out the back, I heard another sound, a faint whisper, almost like a sigh. It came from the direction of the stage, where the band plays on weekends. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I didn't want to look, but I had to. I crept over, knife held out in front of me like some kind of shield. The stage was empty, just the usual instruments covered in dust. But the air there was colder, and I felt a draft that shouldn't have been there. I stood there for what felt like forever, listening, but nothing else happened. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I rushed to the back door, unlocked it, and stepped outside into the cool night air. It was a relief, but the fear didn't leave me. I locked the door behind me and hurried to my car, constantly looking over my shoulder. The whole drive home, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see something. When I got home, I didn't sleep much. Every little noise had me jumping. That was weeks ago, and I still think about it every time I close up alone. I've had a few other small things happen since, chairs moving, lights flickering, but nothing as intense as that night. I never found an explanation, and I don't like talking about it because it sounds crazy. But it happened, and I can't shake the feeling that something was there with me, playing games. I just don't know what it was, or why it stopped when I asked. Story 17. The neighborhood itself felt off from the moment we turned off the main road. The streets were lined with old brick buildings that looked like they hadn't been touched in decades, some with windows boarded up and graffiti splashed across the walls. There were a few people hanging around on corners, but no one really paying us any mind at first. The air had this heavy smell, like exhaust mixed with something sour, maybe from the factories nearby. I was driving, and my brother was in the passenger seat, wearing this bright red shirt he'd just bought. It was new, and he was proud of it. But even then, I remember thinking that red might stand out too much in a place like this. I didn't say anything, though. I didn't want to sound paranoid. We pulled into this gas station that looked like it had seen better days. The sign was faded, and the pumps were old, with those digital displays that flicker. I parked near the entrance, and we got out. The whole time, I had this knot in my stomach, like something wasn't right, but I brushed it off as just being in an unfamiliar spot. I had a pocket full of cash on me, mostly smaller bills, but I'd taken out a $100 bill earlier to pay for something else and just hadn't broken it yet. Stupid, I know. I should have used a card or had smaller bills ready, but I didn't think twice about it. Walking into the gas station, the first thing that hit me was the smell. Stale coffee, old hot dogs, and that faint chemical scent from the cleaning supplies. The place was dimly lit, with fluorescent lights buzzing overhead, and the floor was sticky in spots. There was a guy behind the counter, maybe in his 50s, with a tired look on his face, just staring at a small TV mounted on the wall. My brother headed toward the back where they kept the swishers, and I went up to pay. I pulled out the $100 bill and handed it over, and the cashier gave me this look, like he was sizing me up, but he just started counting out my change. That's when the door chimed, and two guys walked in. They were both dressed in dark clothes, jeans and hoodies, even though it was warm out. One was taller, with a lean build, and the other was shorter but broader. I didn't make eye contact, just focused on getting my change, but then the taller one bumped into me from behind. It wasn't an accident. It was a solid shove, enough to make me stumble forward a step. My heart jumped into my throat and I turned slightly, and he was right there, close enough that I could smell cigarettes on his breath. He looked me up and down and said, "You're out here grinding." His voice was low, almost casual, but there was an edge to it that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I didn't know what to say, so I just nodded, trying to play it cool, and grabbed my change from the counter. My hands were shaking a little, but I stuffed the money into my pocket and turned to leave. My brother was already by the door, holding the swishers, and he saw what happened. His eyes were wide, and he motioned for us to go. We started walking out, but then the shorter guy moved quickly, stepping in front of my brother and shoving him hard against the doorframe. It happened so fast, 1 second we were leaving, the next my brother was stumbling, his back hitting the metal frame with a dull thud. The guy reached under his own shirt like he was checking for something, and I saw the outline of what might have been a gun or a knife, but I couldn't be sure. He pointed at my brother and said, "Get that red shirt one out over here." His voice was louder now, sharp and commanding. Everything seemed to slow down in that moment. I felt this cold sweat break out all over my body, and my heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my ears. We both froze, our hands going up automatically, like in those videos you see. But it wasn't a conscious thought. It was pure instinct. I kept my eyes on the guys, trying to look non-threatening, and I started talking, my voice coming out shaky. "We're just students, man," I said, repeating it a couple times. "We don't want any trouble. We're here to buy swishers, and then we're gone." My brother was breathing heavily, his face pale, and he nodded along, his hands trembling in the air. The taller guy who had bumped me earlier stepped closer, his eyes locked on us. He didn't say anything for what felt like forever, just stared, and I could see his jaw working, like he was thinking something over. The tension was thick enough to choke on. I could hear the hum of the refrigerators and the distant sound of traffic outside, but in that little space, it was dead quiet. I was mentally running through every possible outcome, getting robbed, beaten, worse. And my mind was racing with images of news stories I'd seen, about things going wrong in places like this. I kept thinking about the cash in my pocket, how stupid I was to flash it, and how my brother's red shirt was like a beacon drawing attention. Then, just like that, the taller guy's expression shifted. He relaxed his stance, and a slow smirk spread across his face. It wasn't a friendly smile. It was more like he found us amusing or pathetic. He looked at my brother and said, "Take that red off before you leave." His tone was almost conversational, but it carried a weight that made my skin crawl. My brother didn't hesitate. He fumbled with his shirt, pulling it over his head so fast he almost tore it, and stood there holding it, his undershirt damp with sweat. The two guys exchanged a glance, then the taller one nodded toward the door, and they walked out, not looking back. We stood there, frozen, for what felt like minutes after they left. I could hear the door swing shut and the bell chime again, but it sounded distant. My legs felt weak, like jelly, and I had to lean against the counter to steady myself. The cashier was still there, watching us with that same tired expression, but he didn't say a word. I glanced at my brother. He was shaking, his knuckles white where he gripped the red shirt. The reality of what just happened started to sink in. They could have taken everything or hurt us, or worse. That moment when the guy reached under his shirt, I was sure we were done for. The fear was so raw, so physical, that I could still feel it coursing through me, like an electric shock that hadn't faded. We finally moved, stumbling out of the gas station and into the parking lot. The sun was still out, but it felt different, harsher, like the world had shifted. I saw two blue SUVs parked across the street, and the guys were getting into them, one into each vehicle. They didn't look our way again, just drove off, tires crunching on the gravel. We got into our car, and I fumbled with the keys, my hands so unsteady that it took me a couple tries to start the engine. The whole drive home, neither of us spoke. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see those SUVs following us. But the road was clear. The silence was heavy, filled with all the things we weren't saying, how close we came, how lucky we were, how stupid we'd been. When we got back to our apartment, we just sat in the car for a while, not moving. I could still smell the gas station on my clothes, that mix of sweat and fear. My brother finally broke the silence, his voice quiet. "I'm never wearing red again in Detroit," he said. And I nodded because I knew exactly what he meant. For me, it was the cash. I couldn't stop thinking about how that $100 bill almost cost us everything. It wasn't about the money. It was about the signal it sent, like we were asking for trouble. Even now, years later, I can't explain why they let us go. Maybe it was because we looked young and scared, or maybe they just wanted to scare us off. But that day changed something in me. I avoid flashing cash in unfamiliar areas, and my brother steers clear of red in southwest Detroit. It's not a superstition. It's a reminder of how thin the line is between a normal day and something you can't forget. The fear is still there, tucked away, and every time I see a bright red shirt or handle a large bill, it all comes rushing back. That moment in the gas station, the shove, the words, and the chilling relief when they drove away. I don't have answers, just the memory, and it's enough to keep me on edge forever. Story 18. We were seated in what used to be the main courtroom, which was kind of cool and creepy at the same time. Our table was right near where the judge's bench would have been. My friend pointed out the dock where the prisoners stood, and I remember laughing it off, making some stupid joke about hoping the food wasn't a crime. We ordered drinks, the conversation was loud and easy, and for a couple of hours, everything was just fine. I'd had a couple of pints and a glass of wine with dinner, so eventually I needed the loo. I excused myself and followed the signs down a long, quieter corridor. The sounds of the restaurant and the buzz of my friends faded away behind me, replaced by this thick, carpeted silence. The lighting changed too. It was dimmer down there, more yellow than the warm white in the dining area, casting long, weird shadows. The bathroom itself was opulent, but old. Everything was done in this dark, greenish marble and polished brass. It felt like stepping back in time. There was a main area with sinks and a long mirror, and then a separate, smaller room off to the side that housed the cubicles. This inner room was even quieter, the air still and cool. It had that faint, clean smell of industrial air freshener, but underneath it there was something else, a dusty, cold stone smell, like a church basement. There were 3 cubicles. I pushed open the middle one. The door was heavy, solid wood, and it swung shut behind me with a soft, definitive click. I did my business, just routine, not thinking about anything except getting back to my dessert. I was just finishing up, about to flush, when I heard it. It was a whisper. It came from directly behind me on the other side of the door. My whole body went cold, like I'd been dunked in ice water. It wasn't a sound from the pipes or the air vent. It was a voice, a low, hushed, breathy voice. I couldn't make out any words. It was just a sibilant rush of sound, like someone trying to tell you a secret without moving their lips. It was so close. I froze, my hand hovering over the flush handle, not breathing. My heart started hammering against my ribs, a frantic, painful thumping. My first thought was that it was one of my mates, having a laugh. They'd followed me in and were trying to scare me. It was the only logical explanation. I felt a surge of irritation mixed with the fear. "Piss off, Mark," I muttered under my breath, but my voice was a shaky, thin little thing. The whispering didn't stop. It continued, a soft, relentless stream of nonsense sounds right at the crack of the door. It didn't sound like Mark. It didn't sound like anyone I knew. It was just a voice, a presence. I remember pressing my back against the cold wall of the cubicle, as far away from the door as I could get. The space was so small I felt trapped. The whisper seemed to seep through the gap under the door, coiling around my ankles. Then it stopped. The silence that followed was worse. It was a heavy, waiting silence. I didn't move. I just stood there, listening so hard my ears started to ache with the strain. I could hear the blood pounding in my head. I counted to 10 in my mind, then 20, waiting for a giggle, for a retreating footstep, for anything that would make sense of it. That's when the knocking started. It wasn't a polite tap. It was 3 hard, fast, loud knocks. Bam, bam, bam. They slammed against the wooden door, right at head level, so forceful I actually flinched back. The whole door shook in its frame. The sound was impossibly loud in the tiny tiled room, echoing off the walls. That was it. The fear curdled into pure, undiluted terror. This wasn't a prank. No one knocks like that as a joke. That was an angry knock, a demanding knock. My breath hitched in my throat, and I felt a cold sweat break out all over my body. My hands were trembling, properly shaking. I wrapped my arms around myself, trying to get a grip. "Hello?" I managed to croak out. My voice was barely a whisper itself. No answer. Just that oppressive, waiting silence. Anger flared up in me then. A desperate, defensive anger. "Right, you bastard," I thought. "I'm going to fling this door open and see who's there, and I'm going to give them a piece of my mind for scaring me like that." It was a stupid thought, driven entirely by panic, but it gave me a shot of adrenaline. I reached for the lock, my fingers fumbling, slippery with sweat. The brass bolt was cold and stiff. It scraped loudly as I slid it back. I took a deep, shaky breath, braced myself, and yanked the door open. There was no one there. The small room with the 3 cubicles was empty, completely, utterly empty. The air was still and cold. The other 2 cubicle doors were slightly ajar, just as they had been when I entered. I stared, my brain refusing to process what my eyes were seeing. It didn't make any sense. The knocks had been so loud, so physical. The whisper had been right there. My eyes darted around the room. There was nowhere to hide, just the 3 cubicles, the tiled floor, the plain walls. There was no other door, no window, no vent big enough for a person. I took a step out, my legs feeling like jelly. I was shaking all over. I moved to the first cubicle and pushed the door open slowly. Empty. The toilet, the floor, nothing. I did the same with the third one, also empty. A fresh wave of ice-cold dread washed over me. Where did they go? How did they get out without me hearing? The main door to this inner room was a good 15 feet away, and it was heavy. It made a distinct sucking sound when it opened and closed. I hadn't heard that sound. I hadn't heard any footsteps. It was as if whoever or whatever had been at my door had simply ceased to exist. I rushed over to the main door and pulled it open, stumbling out into the sink area. It was also deserted. The row of sinks, the long mirror reflecting my own pale, wide-eyed face back at me, I looked terrified. I spun around, checking the stalls for feet, checking the corners. Nothing. No one. My heart was still going 1,000,000 miles an hour. I walked unsteadily to the sinks, gripping the cold marble edge to steady myself. I splashed some water on my face, the shock of the cold a brief, sharp reality. I looked at myself in the mirror. My hair was a mess. My eyes were huge. I looked like I'd seen a ghost. Maybe I had. That's when the full weight of it hit me. The historic building, the old courtroom, the whispers, the 3 loud, angry knocks, the complete and total absence of anyone who could have done it. A sob caught in my throat. I felt nauseous. This wasn't a funny story. This was something else, something that shouldn't be possible. I had to get out of there. I dried my hands roughly on a towel, my movements jerky and rushed. I didn't look behind me. I was too scared of what I might see in the mirror. I pushed through the main bathroom door and practically ran down the corridor, back towards the noise and light of the restaurant. When I got back to the table, I must have looked a state. My friend Sarah took one look at me, and her smile vanished. "What's wrong?" she asked immediately. "You're white as a sheet." I slumped into my chair, my hands still trembling. I couldn't even pick up my glass of water without it shaking. I just shook my head for a second, trying to find the words. They all tumbled out in a rushed, jumbled mess. I told them about the whisper, the 3 knocks, opening the door to nothing. I kept my voice low, but it was tight with panic. They were quiet for a moment, just staring at me. Mark, the joker of the group, didn't laugh. He just looked at me, his expression serious. "Are you sure?" he asked, and his voice was quiet too. "I'm positive," I whispered. There was no one there, nowhere they could have gone. Sarah reached over and put her hand on my arm. "This place is supposed to be haunted, you know," she said, her voice hushed. "It's famous for it. They say people hear things in the bathrooms all the time. That just made it worse. It wasn't just me being crazy. It was a thing, a known thing. We paid the bill quickly after that, none of us really wanting to stay any longer." The grand old courtroom suddenly felt oppressive, the portraits of the judges seeming less dignified and more judgmental, their eyes following us as we left. We walked out into the cool London night, and the normal sounds of the city. The traffic, the distant sirens, should have been a comfort, but they weren't. I felt disconnected, like I'd touched something I wasn't supposed to, and a part of that other, cold, silent world had stuck to me. I didn't sleep well that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I was back in that cubicle, hearing that breathy whisper right behind me, feeling the door shake from those 3 brutal knocks. I kept going over it in my head, trying to find a logical explanation. A prank impossible, an audio illusion. The knocks were too physical, too real. A draft. It didn't explain the voice. I've turned it over in my mind 1,000 times since that night, and I still have no answers. It's just this thing that happened to me. One moment I was having a perfectly normal night out with my friends, and the next I was alone in a room with something I couldn't see, something that whispered and pounded on a door, something that vanished into thin air. It left me with this cold, hard knot of fear in my stomach that's never really gone away. I can't explain it. I don't think I ever will. I just know what I heard, and I know what I didn't see when I opened that door, and sometimes that's enough to keep me awake in the dark. Story 19. The first couple of days were just pure, exhausting chaos. Boxes everywhere, the smell of old wood and dust, and that weird emptiness a house has before you fill it with your own life. It was on the third day, a Thursday, that I found the journal. I was unpacking the last of the kitchen boxes, my back aching from hauling furniture, and I decided to take a break in the living room. There was a built-in bookshelf by the fireplace, the kind with little cabinet doors at the bottom. I'd glanced in there before and saw only cobwebs and a few rusty nails. But this time, as I sat on the floor leaning against the wall, my knee bumped one of the cabinet doors and it swung open a little wider than before. There, pushed all the way to the back, was a small, dark green book. It wasn't a diary with a little lock or anything fancy. It was just a cheap, hardbound notebook, the kind you'd use for school. The cover was rough to the touch, like cloth that had been stained with something. I remember the dust puffing up and making me sneeze when I pulled it out. I almost threw it away. It just looked like trash left behind. But something made me open it. The pages were yellowed, and the handwriting was messy, a rushed cursive that slanted hard to the right, like the person was writing in a hurry or was scared. The first few entries were normal, boring even. Grocery lists, a reminder to fix a leaky faucet, stuff like that. But then, about a third of the way in, the tone changed. It got dark. The writer started talking about the noises in the walls. Not like mice scratching, but like something heavy being dragged. They wrote about the feeling of being watched from the top of the stairs when they knew they were home alone. One entry, I remember it clearly because the words were dug into the paper so hard the pen had almost torn through, just said, "It doesn't like the light. It waits for the dark." My skin got all cold and prickly reading that, sitting there on the floor in the bright afternoon sun. It felt like a stupid ghost story, but the rawness of it, the sheer panic in the pen strokes, got under my skin. I closed the book and shoved it back in the cabinet. I told myself it was just some previous tenant with an overactive imagination. I tried to forget about it. That night is when it started. We were exhausted, collapsed on the couch in the living room, watching some dumb reality show just for the noise. The TV was an older model, not a smart TV, just a simple flat screen. Out of nowhere, the volume shot up to maximum. It wasn't a gradual turn of the knob. It was an instant, deafening blast of sound. People screaming and dramatic music so loud it felt like it was vibrating my teeth. I fumbled for the remote, my heart hammering against my ribs, and mashed the volume down button. It went back to normal immediately. We just looked at each other. My partner laughed it off, said it was a glitch, that the remote was probably faulty. I wanted to believe that. I really did. But I kept seeing those words from the journal in my head. It doesn't like the light. The next thing happened maybe an hour later. I got up to get a glass of water from the kitchen. The living room has an open doorway that leads into the hall, and at the end of the hall is the staircase going up to the second floor. As I walked back from the kitchen, I glanced down that hall, and I saw her, a little girl, standing at the very foot of the stairs. She had bright, fiery red hair, the kind you don't see very often, and she was wearing a pale yellow dress. She was just standing there, completely still, facing me. My brain froze. I couldn't process it. It was so clear, so solid. I blinked hard, and when I opened my eyes, she was gone. There was nothing there. Just the dark, empty hall and the bottom of the staircase, my breath caught in my throat. I stood there for a full minute, just staring at the spot where she'd been. I could feel the cold from my glass of water seeping into my hand. I didn't tell my partner. What was I supposed to say? "Hey, I just saw a ghost kid in our new house." They'd have thought the stress of the move was getting to me, so I kept it to myself. But the fear was now a real, physical thing sitting in my gut. I went back to the couch, but I couldn't focus on the TV. I was just staring at the dark hallway, waiting. The air in the room felt heavier, colder. We finally decided to call it a night and go upstairs to bed. Our bedroom was at the end of the hall upstairs, right above the living room. I remember walking up those stairs, my hand on the banister, and every hair on my arm was standing up. I felt like I was being followed, like if I turned around too quickly, I'd see something right behind me. We got into bed and turned off the lights. The room was pitch black, the kind of dark where you can't see your own hand in front of your face. I was lying on my side, facing the door, which we always left slightly ajar. I was just starting to drift off, my body begging for sleep, when I heard it, a creak on the floorboards right outside our door. I held my breath, listening. Nothing. Then another creak, closer this time. It was the sound of someone taking a slow, careful step. My eyes were wide open, straining against the darkness. I could see the sliver of slightly less dark hallway through the crack in the door. And then a shadow moved across that crack. It wasn't a person-shaped shadow. It was just a blotch of deeper blackness, a formless patch that slithered past the door. It was tall. It reached from the floor to well above the doorknob. It moved with a slow, deliberate purpose. I was paralyzed. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I just lay there, my heart pounding so hard I was sure it was going to burst out of my chest. I could feel my partner asleep beside me, their breathing deep and steady, and the contrast between their peaceful sleep and my sheer terror was its own kind of horror. The shadow passed, and the house fell silent again. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I just stared at that door, waiting for it to open. The next morning, everything seemed normal. The sun was out, birds were chirping. It felt like the nightmare had been just that, a bad dream. I was in the kitchen making coffee, trying to shake off the lingering dread, when my partner came in. They looked confused. "Did you go into the office last night?" they asked. "The office was the spare room next to ours." I said no. "That's weird," they said. "The chair in there is broken, like totally smashed." A cold knot tightened in my stomach. I walked into the office. It was a wooden chair, one of those simple dining chairs. It was lying on its side, and one of the legs was completely snapped off, not like it had been knocked over, but like it had been stomped on with immense force. Splinters of wood were scattered around it. I remembered the journal entry about the noises, the dragging, and I knew, with a certainty that made me feel sick, that the shadow I saw last night had done this. This wasn't a glitch. This wasn't my imagination. Something was in this house with us, and it was getting bolder. The rest of that day was a blur of fear. Every little sound made me jump. The house felt different now. It felt occupied. It felt hostile. I kept thinking about the red-haired girl. Who was she? Was she a part of this, or was she a victim of it too? I was too scared to go back to the journal. I didn't want any more answers. I just wanted to get out. As evening began to fall, the dread built up inside me like a physical pressure. I didn't want the lights to go out. I didn't want to be in the dark again. We ended up just sitting in the living room with every single light in the house turned on. Not talking, just waiting. The air was so still. It was the kind of quiet that feels loud. I was sitting in my favorite armchair, a big, comfortable one we'd brought from our old apartment. My partner was on the couch. That's when the TV turned on by itself. The screen lit up with that blue no-signal screen, casting a cold electronic glow across the room. We both stared at it. Then the volume began to creep up. Not a blast this time, but a slow, deliberate crawl from 0 to 10 to 20 to 30. A low, static hum filled the room. I grabbed the remote, but it was dead. The buttons did nothing. My partner got up and went to the TV, pressing the power button on the set itself. It didn't respond. The volume kept climbing, a relentless digital increase. 50. 60. The static was becoming a roar, and then it stopped. The volume froze at 70. The static hum cut out abruptly, replaced by a perfect, profound silence. In that silence, from the hallway, we heard a child's voice. It was faint, like it was coming from very far away, but it was clear. It was a little girl singing a nursery rhyme. "Ring around the rosy." It was the most chilling sound I have ever heard. My blood turned to ice. I looked at my partner, and their face was white with fear. They heard it too. This wasn't just in my head. The singing stopped. And then, from the top of the stairs, we heard a different sound. A low, guttural growl. It wasn't an animal. It was something else, something that sounded ancient and deeply, deeply angry. That was the breaking point. We didn't say a word to each other. We just ran. We bolted out the front door, into the night, not even grabbing shoes or jackets. We got in the car and drove to a motel 20 miles away and checked in, our hands shaking so badly we could barely sign the receipt. We never went back to live in that house. We lost it. We lost all the money we put into it. We had to rent a cheap apartment and start all over again, but that wasn't the end of it. A year later, we managed to buy a small condo. It was brand new. No history. We thought we were safe, but weird things started happening there too. Misfortune just seemed to follow us, appliances breaking constantly, a pipe bursting and causing thousands in damages, a car accident right outside that totaled my partner's car. It felt like a curse, like whatever was in that house had latched onto us and was poisoning everything we tried to build. It was that feeling, that lingering sense of being haunted by more than just a memory, that made me start digging. I went to the local library and looked through old newspaper archives. It took me weeks, but I finally found it. An article from the late 1970s. A family had lived in that house. The father had been the suspect in the disappearance of his young daughter. The little girl had bright red hair. The police investigated but never found a body, never had enough evidence to charge him. The article mentioned that the investigation was hampered by the fact that the father had recently done extensive renovations, including sealing off the crawl space beneath the house and replacing large sections of the flooring in the living room. The case went cold. I went back to the house one last time. It was empty, up for sale again. I didn't go inside. I just walked around the outside, my heart thudding in my chest. And there, on the concrete foundation near the back, I saw it. A dark, rusty stain that had seeped up from underneath. A stain that no amount of rain or sun had been able to fully wash away. It was the shape of a large, ugly blotch. It looked like old blood. I never told anyone this whole story until now. I still don't know what that shadow was. I don't know if it was the father or something else that was drawn to the evil that happened there. All I know is that we found a journal, and then we found out that the house remembered what happened inside it, and whatever was in that house, it followed us out. Story 20. Okay, so I need to get this out. I've been sitting on this for a while now, just trying to process it, and I figure if I don't tell someone, it's just gonna fester inside me. I work at a big box retail store, one of those places that sells everything from groceries to garden hoses. It's in our small city, the kind of place that's really just a town that got a little too big, surrounded on three sides by dense woods. You can be in a strip mall parking lot and literally see the tree line, dark and thick, maybe a 5-minute walk away. That's important, I think. This was back in the fall, maybe October. The days were getting shorter, and the air had that crisp bite to it that makes you think of bonfires and Halloween. I'd been working there for a couple of years, mostly on the evening shift, stocking shelves and helping customers. It was boring, but it was fine. Paycheck was regular. They hired this new guy, Terry. I was assigned to train him. First day, he seemed normal, quiet. He was maybe in his late 30s, early 40s, with this lean, wiry build. He had these intense eyes that didn't seem to blink much, and he always wore one of those black fabric face masks, even though the store policy had relaxed about them. It was a bit odd, but hey, to each their own. The training was straightforward. Show him how to use the handheld scanner where the backstock is, how to clock in and out. For the first hour or so, it was just work stuff. Then, during a lull, he started asking questions. It began normally enough. "You from around here?" "Did you go to the high school here?" I answered. "Yeah, born and raised." Told him I went to Northwood High, just a few miles away. He nodded along, his eyes scanning the aisle we were in, but I could feel his focus was entirely on me. Then he asked about my family. Your folks still live here? You got brothers? Sisters? I'm a private person, but it didn't feel weird yet, just co-worker small talk. I said my parents were around, that I had a younger sister who moved out west. He didn't really react to the answers, just stored them away. It felt like he was collecting data. The shift in the conversation was so subtle I almost missed it. We were in the sporting goods section, tidying up the fishing rods, when he just started talking about hunting. Not like, "Hey, you ever go hunting?" It was more like he was stating a fact about himself. "I do a lot of hunting," he said, his voice low and even through the mask. "Best time of the year." "I'm not a hunter. I've been camping a few times with friends, but the idea of tracking and killing an animal never sat right with me." I just shrugged and said, "Oh yeah? What do you hunt?" "Deer mostly," he said, "but anything really. It's not about the game, it's about the hunt." He paused, looking right at me. The store was quiet. It was a weeknight, maybe 9 o'clock, and the place was dead. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, making everything look pale and washed out. "You should come out with me sometime," he said. It wasn't really a question, it was a statement with an expectation behind it. I laughed it off, a little nervous. I don't know, man. Not really my thing." He didn't smile. His eyes just stayed locked on mine. "It's different when you're out there, in the dark. You learn things about yourself." He took a step closer, leaning against a shelf of camping stoves. "See, most people, they think hunting is about one guy, one rifle. That's for amateurs. The real way to do it is with a pack." My skin started to crawl, just a little. Something in his tone was flat, instructional, like he was explaining how to change a tire. "A pack?" I asked, against my better judgment. "Yeah, a group. You spread out. You use the terrain. You communicate without talking. You drive the prey." He made a sweeping motion with his hand. "You box it in. You cut off its escape routes. You learn its patterns, where it sleeps, where it eats. You make it so no matter which way it runs, there's someone there. It gets tired, it gets confused. The panic sets in. That's when you know you've got it." He was describing it like a military operation. And the way he said prey, it didn't feel like he was just talking about deer anymore. It felt general. I tried to brush it off. "Sounds intense." "It is," he said, his voice dropping even lower. "It's the most alive you'll ever feel." We went back to work for a bit, but the air had changed. The store felt bigger and emptier, and the shadows between the aisles seemed darker. Every time I looked up, I felt his eyes on me. It was that feeling you get when you know you're being watched, a prickle on the back of your neck. About an hour later, we were in the back room, breaking down cardboard boxes. The back room is this huge, concrete-floored space with high shelves full of pallets, and it's always cold. The big loading bay doors were shut, and the only light came from a few bare bulbs hanging from the ceiling. He started up again. The questions got more specific, more invasive. "You're a tall guy," he said, not looking at me, just staring at a stack of boxes. "What are you, 6'1", 6'2"? I'm 6'1", I told him so. Good height, strong build. You work out? I said I ran sometimes just to stay in shape. I felt like I was being sized up, like he was assessing me. "You know the woods around here pretty well?" he asked. "Those trails that start behind the old quarry, the ones that go deep past the fire roads?" I'd been on those trails a few times as a kid. They get really remote, really fast. Cell service drops to nothing. I told him I knew of them. "Good," he said, and I swear I saw his eyes crinkle at the corners. He was smiling behind that mask. I couldn't see it, but I knew. It was a chilling, knowing little smile. "That's good land out there. Isolated. You can go for miles and not see a soul. No one to hear you." My heart was starting to thump a little harder in my chest. This wasn't co-worker chat anymore. This was something else. I kept my head down, focusing on slicing tape on a box, my hands feeling clumsy. He moved closer. He was standing right next to me, and I could smell a faint scent of pine and dirt on his clothes. You ever been out there at night? I mean really late? 3, 4 in the morning? I shook my head, not trusting my voice. It's a different world, he whispered, his voice taking on a dreamy, almost reverent quality. The sounds. You hear everything. The crunch of a twig 100 yards away sounds like a gunshot. You learn to move without making a sound. You become a part of the dark. I finally looked at him. His eyes were wide, pupils dilated. He was enjoying this. He was enjoying my discomfort. Then he said it, the sentence that froze the blood in my veins. He leaned in so close I could feel his breath through the fabric of his mask. Just some good old boys chatting late in the night in the middle of the woods, he said, his voice a low, intimate rumble. Then the real fun starts right before dawn. They won't know what hit them. They won't know what hit them. My whole body went cold. It was like someone had dumped a bucket of ice water down my back. I couldn't breathe. In that moment, there was no doubt in my mind. He wasn't talking about deer. He was talking about people. He was talking about me. The good old boys were his pack. I was the prey he was scoping out, boxing in, right here in the back room of this stupid store. He was learning my patterns, my escape routes. He was asking about my family to see if anyone would report me missing quickly. He was asking about my knowledge of the woods to see if I'd be easy to track or if I'd know how to get lost. The hunting tactics he described, driving the prey, cutting off escape routes, the panic, it all snapped into a horrifying, terrifying focus. He was telling me exactly what he wanted to do to me. He was painting a picture of me, exhausted and terrified, running through the dark trees while he and his good old boys closed in from all sides. The real fun starting right before dawn. I must have looked as terrified as I felt because his eyes crinkled again. That damn hidden smile. He just straightened up, picked up a box and said, "Better get this out to aisle 7. Like he'd just commented on the weather. The rest of the shift was a blur. I was operating on pure autopilot. Every time he was near me, my fight or flight instinct was screaming. I made sure I was never alone with him in the back room again. I stuck to the sales floor where there were cameras, even though there were no customers. I kept finding reasons to be on the opposite side of the store from him. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. I felt nauseous. I clocked out the second my shift was over. I practically ran to my car, my head on a swivel, checking every shadow in the parking lot. I locked the doors the second I got in and just sat there for a minute, gripping the steering wheel, trying to catch my breath. I drove home with all the interior lights on, checking my rearview mirror every few seconds. I called in sick the next day. I couldn't face going back. I spent the whole day jumping at every sound, peering out the windows at the tree line at the edge of my apartment complex. The woods didn't look peaceful anymore. They looked like a place you could disappear in. When I finally went back to work 2 days later, dreading seeing him, my manager pulled me aside. "Hey, just so you know, Terry quit," he said. "Sent a text yesterday. No notice, nothing, said he was moving on." The relief that washed over me was so powerful, my knees almost buckled. It was a physical sensation, like a weight I hadn't even fully registered was lifted off my chest. I was safe. He was gone, but the relief was followed immediately by a deep, cold dread that has never really left me. He quit. He just vanished. Why? Did he find another job? Or did he find another person to train, another person to ask about their family, their knowledge of the woods, their height and weight, another person to invite out for a hunt with the good old boys? I never saw him again. I don't know what his plans were. I don't know if I was genuinely in danger or if I just met a supremely creepy guy with a weird obsession with hunting metaphors. But my gut, every instinct in my body, tells me I dodged something terrible. The specificity of it, the way he looked at me, the way he described the tactics. It was too real. He was too real. I still work at the store. I still see the woods every day when I drive in. And sometimes when I'm stocking shelves late at night and the store is dead quiet, I'll hear a noise from another aisle and my heart will just stop. I'll freeze, listening, waiting to see if someone rounds the corner. I think about what might have happened if I'd been more naive, more friendly, if I'd said yes to going out into the woods with him. I think about the real fun starting right before dawn, and I know, with a certainty that chills me to the bone, that I would have been the one who didn't know what hit me. Story 21. I still don't know how to explain what happened in that house. I've typed this out and deleted it about 10 times because every time I read it back it sounds insane, but I need to get it out there, just in case someone else has been through something similar. I need to know I'm not crazy. My roommate and I moved in at the start of September. The place was a total steal for the area, a whole 2-story house for what we'd been paying for a crappy 2-bedroom apartment. We should have known it was too good to be true. The landlord, this older guy named Mr. Davison, was kind of twitchy the day we signed the lease. He kept looking over his shoulder, and when he handed us the keys, he didn't just say, "Congratulations," or anything. He looked us dead in the eye and said, "Just so you know, this house, it has a bit of a personality." He said it with this weak little smile, like he was trying to make a joke that wasn't funny. We just laughed it off, thinking he was a weird old dude. We were so stupid. The first couple of weeks were fine, a little creaky, but it was an old house. We figured that was all it was. Then the noises started, not just settling noises. This was different. It started with the footsteps. They were always upstairs, in the hallway between our 2 bedrooms. My roommate would be in his room with the door closed. I'd be downstairs on the couch, and we'd both hear them, a slow, heavy walk from one end of the hall to the other. Not a frantic run, just a calm, deliberate pacing. The first few times I'd call out, "Hey, you okay up there?" And my roommate would shout back, "I thought that was you." We'd both freeze and the footsteps would stop the second we acknowledged them. It was like whatever it was listening. We tried to rationalize it. Pipes expanding. The neighbors. But the house was detached. There were no pipes in the ceiling. It was just footsteps. Then there was the snow globe. I'd had it since I was a kid, this little cheap thing with a winter village inside. It sat on the mantelpiece in the living room. One night we were watching a movie and the music started playing. That tinny music box melody. We both looked at each other, then at the snow globe. It wasn't moving. The snow inside was settled at the bottom, but the music kept going for a full minute, clear as day, before it just cut out. My roommate got up and picked it up. It was cold, completely still. There's no battery in it. You have to wind it up, and neither of us had touched it in weeks. That was the first time I felt a real cold knot of fear in my stomach. This wasn't a creak or a weird noise you could explain away. This was an object doing something it physically could not do. Things escalated after that. We both collect video game figures, and my roommate has this really nice, expensive Silver the Hedgehog statue. He kept it on his desk. One morning, he came out of his room looking pale. He just pointed back into his room. I went in, and there it was. Silver was in pieces, not broken like it had fallen. It looked dismembered. The head was neatly separated from the body. An arm was twisted off at the shoulder. A leg was popped out of its socket. It was laid out on the desk, the pieces arranged, but not in a way that made any sense. It was violent. It felt malicious. Who or what would do that to a toy? We hadn't heard a thing that night. That's when the feeling of being watched became constant. It wasn't a vague paranoia, it was a physical pressure, a sensation of eyes on the back of your neck that was so intense you'd actually spin around, expecting to see someone standing right there. The air in the house always felt thick and cold, even with the heat on. You'd walk into a room and feel like you'd just interrupted a conversation. The worst day, the day I'm writing about, was a Saturday in the middle of October. Mr. Davison had called earlier in the week to say he was going out of town for a few days. The moment he said that, I got a bad feeling. It was like the house knew it was unsupervised. That Saturday started off quiet. Too quiet. The usual background hum of the house was just gone. It was an oppressive silence, the kind that feels heavy and waits for you to break it. My roommate was out for a few hours running errands, and I was alone. I was trying to clean the kitchen just to keep busy, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. That feeling of being watched was so strong, it was making the hairs on my arms stand up. I remember I was wiping down the counter, and I had my phone next to me. I'd seen those TikTok filters that supposedly show ghosts or whatever, the ones that put a weird face over your screen. I'd always thought they were a stupid gimmick, but right then, feeling so utterly creeped out and alone, I had this stupid impulse. I thought, it'll be funny. It'll prove how stupid I'm being. I opened the app, my hands a little shaky, and selected one of those ghost filters. I held my phone up using the front camera and slowly panned it around the empty living room. The filter was just putting these generic, spooky, translucent faces over the screen. I felt like an idiot. I panned past the couch, the TV, the doorway to the hall, and then I saw it. As the camera moved past the dark hallway that led to the downstairs bathroom and the basement door, the filter glitched, but it wasn't a glitch. It solidified. A face, pale and gaunt with dark, hollowed-out eyes, was peeking out from around the corner of the hall. It wasn't a cartoon ghost. It looked real. It was just there, peering at me. It wasn't looking at the camera. It was looking past the camera, right at me. My blood went cold. I mean, truly physically cold. I dropped my phone on the counter with a clatter and stared down the hallway. Nothing. Just shadows. I snatched my phone back up, my heart hammering against my ribs so hard I felt dizzy. The filter was back to its normal, stupid self. I tried to recreate it, pointing the camera at the same spot, but it was just an empty hallway. But I had seen it. I know I had. It was so clear. The image is burned into my brain. I spent the next hour just sitting at the kitchen table, too scared to move, jumping at every tiny sound my own house made. I texted my roommate, asking when he'd be back. He said soon. I've never been so relieved to get a text in my life. When he finally got home, the atmosphere in the house shifted immediately. It felt agitated. The heavy silence was replaced by a new kind of tension. Like the air before a storm. We ordered pizza, trying to act normal, but we were both on edge. We kept looking at each other, not saying anything, just listening. That's when the running started. It came from upstairs. It was the sound of small, quick feet like a child, sprinting back and forth across the length of the hallway. Back and forth, back and forth. It was frantic. We both froze, our pizza halfway to our mouths. We just looked at the ceiling, listening to this invisible thing run above us. "Okay, what is that?" my roommate whispered, his voice tight. Before I could answer, the running stopped right above the living room. And then the banging started. It wasn't a random knock, it was a heavy, pounding fist slamming against the floor from the other side. Bang, bang, bang. It was so loud the light fixture above our table swayed. We both shot up from the couch. "Hello?" my roommate yelled, his voice cracking. "Is someone up there?" The banging stopped. The silence that followed was worse. It was a listening silence. And then, from right beside me, so close I could feel the breath, a voice whispered a single word into my ear: "Spooky." It was a dry, raspy whisper, like stones grinding together. It wasn't playful, it was a taunt. I screamed. I couldn't help it. It was a full-body reaction. I scrambled away from the spot, nearly tripping over the coffee table. My roommate was staring at me, his eyes wide with terror. What? What happened? It whispered in my ear. I choked out, my hand pressed to the side of my head where I could still feel the ghost of that breath. It said spooky. We didn't know what to do. We were two grown men, standing in the middle of our living room, too terrified to move. We couldn't go upstairs. We couldn't stay downstairs. We were trapped. The feeling of being watched was now a physical presence, a weight in the room with us. My roommate, trying to be brave, said we should just go to his car and wait until morning. We could go to a hotel. We started gathering our wallets and phones, our movements rushed and clumsy. As I was heading towards the front door, something on the floor in the corner of the living room caught my eye, a dark smudge. I walked over, not wanting to, but needing to see. It was a spider, a big, hairy house spider, but it wasn't moving. I leaned closer, and my stomach turned. All its legs were gone. Ripped off, they were scattered around its body in a little circle like some kind of sick ritual. The body was just there, twitching slightly. I dry heaved, stumbling back. My roommate saw it and just shook his head, his face a mask of pure horror. We're leaving, now. We practically fell out the front door, slamming it behind us. The cold night air had never felt so good. We sat in his car in the driveway, the engine running, not saying a word for a long time. We just stared at the house. It looked so normal from the outside, just a house, but we knew what was inside. We ended up at a 24-hour diner, drinking terrible coffee until the sun came up. We called Mr. Davison first thing in the morning. He answered on the first ring, like he was expecting the call. We didn't give him details. We just said we were breaking the lease and moving out. He didn't argue. He didn't even sound surprised. He just said, "I understand. I'll mail your security deposit." He knew. We moved our stuff out over the next 2 days, never staying past sunset. The last time I was in that house, grabbing the final box from my room, the feeling of being watched was so intense it was suffocating. I felt a pure, undiluted hatred coming from the empty space around me. I ran out and didn't look back. We never found an explanation. No carbon monoxide leaks, no pranksters living in the walls. Just a house with a personality. I still have nightmares about that whisper. I sleep with a light on now. And I'll never ever download another ghost filter again. I saw what I saw, I heard what I heard, and that's the part that stays with me, the part I can't get past. It knew it was scaring us, and it enjoyed it. It called itself spooky.